good it works in a few months.
So is it turmeric or turmeric?
I say turmeric. I think it's where you're from.
Yeah. Yeah, we say turmeric.
Turmeric? Wait,
Turmeric, yeah.
is the R
That's
not
right.
first? I'm illiterate, so
No, it matters where you're from. It doesn't matter. Some say tomatoes, some say tomatoes.
where is it?
So with that
Turmeric.
recipe,
T-U-R.
definitely go by the rules, like stirring gently the whole time for 5 minutes on a low heat. Don't let it boil. Everything's quite sensitive. Like, just read the ingredients, read the instructions of the method, and just try to be really strict with it, because apparently it does matter.
Do you
Things
have
are
the
sensitive.
recipe? You have the recipe? Oh, am I on?
Yeah.
I am on.
Yeah. It should be on the website, but it's half a cup of ground orange turmeric, 1 cup of water, a third of a cup of, I'm talking in different measurements probably, but this is Aussie language, a third of a cup of coconut oil, and then I just put a teaspoon of medicinal cinnamon in.
What is medicinal
And so,
cinnamon? Like, I can't just use like a cinnamon stick or something?
no, there's 2 different types. One is fragrant, which is the one that you buy in store, which is generally what people buy it for, is its fragrance. But there's another one. So there's cassia and true cinnamon, or something like that. But the true cinnamon,
the essential oils. I have two of those cinnamon essential oils.
okay, so I don't remember which is which, but there's one called True, which is medicinal. It has a slight fragrance. And that's the one where people say, oh, cinnamon's really good for you. Well, it's the true cinnamon that is good for you.
Cinnamon, Jermaine, is the Ceylon, Ceylon.
Right. Which one's that? The fragrant?
That's the real one.
Oh,
No, that's not
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you
that's
want
the
the
one I
Ceylon.
use. Yeah. So it's not as fragrant as a normal cinnamon, but it's medicinal.
Well, share like a link to it, or what it is on the health tab, like in the recipes or whatever, and I'll go on there because I'm definitely going to be making it, and I'm definitely going to be eating a lot of it, so I want to do it right.
You eat it?
Yeah. So I'll just finish that. Once you get those ingredients in, you mix it on a very low simmer, like a very low simmer. Try not to even let it bubble too much, and then you mix that for 5 minutes. Constantly, don't stop, like don't walk away from the stove. You just keep stirring it so that nothing burns on the bottom. And then in the last minute, you add that freshly ground black pepper, and then you stir that in for the minute, and then then you pour it into your jars and you stick it in the fridge. But that's sort of that should last 10 days. Like, apparently after 10 days it starts to lose its goodness.
And that's not very long, 10 days. So every 10 days you gotta have it.
Yeah.
So it's a cup of turmeric. That's a lot for every 10 days. A cup or a cup.
Half a cup of ground. But if you're taking it a few times a day, and maybe your husband as well, or you give it some to the dog, or it's fine. It'll probably go over, but that's the recommended time frame. It must be kept refrigerated.
Okay. Well, cool. Thank you.
You'll probably find you'll go through it, and you can have a nice cup of tea with it. You can chuck it in all your meals. Just put it everywhere. Put it on your bread, on your toast. You don't have to just put it in. Yeah, you just use it in everything. We don't do all of that, but that's what I'm telling you can do.
Awesome. Thank you. Good stuff there. Yeah. We'll probably get into all the health stuff too later today as well. We had our fellowship yesterday, but not many showed up, but it's all good. It was a bad time, so we'll probably schedule more of them up as well, because I see a lot of people are definitely interested in all that. And we have a lot of brothers and sisters who are basically experts in that area, so praise Yahuah. So yeah, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Good to see everybody here. Praise Yahuah for this amazing fellowship. And yeah, so today we're going to just kind of cover how Saturday has not always been day 7 throughout history, and how the Roman calendar, it actually had a lunar quasi week that basically floated around just like the lunar Sabbatarians kind of do. So we're going to dive deep into that. It's actually from my article that I wrote up. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Sister Jermaine and Sister Kim. I think you guys shared the same one, didn't you? No. 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 But yeah, so let me, one sec. Let me share my screen here. Make sure I got it up. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be from my article that I wrote. And here, let me get the link for everybody, and I can share it. One second here. So, all right, sorry. Sometimes my phone takes its time to get these links. Oh, hey, shalom there, Brother Dwayne. I don't know what happened there. There we go.
I think I accidentally shared my entire phone screen. I was trying to
okay,
get
it was you.
I was trying to put it on my TV.
No worries, sister, no worries. I was like, wait, what's going on? So this is going to be chapter 14 of the article I put together. And it's actually a work of both me and our sister Ellie that she has a lot of great information on and shared it. But I think it's important information to, just cover again, especially for all our new brothers and sisters that we have here. And, it's important because many people don't understand, what the Roman calendar was back then and how we have our calendar now. They just think, it's always been this Monday through Sunday style week. And, that's hasn't changed since, it started. That's actually incorrect. And a lot of this information it's very hard to find because they try to hide this. But we're going to get into exactly why as well. It's because they hide the true Sabbath of Yahuah. So this is the title is Saturday was not the seventh day in history. During the Council of Nicaea in 321 to 325 AD, an entirely new religion was fashioned and realized at the 5-year summit meeting of the notorious Council of Nicaea. In light of this premise, the Zadok calendar, delineated in Scripture, was entirely forsaken. a departure from the faithful practice upheld by the sons of Zadok since the time of King David. Thus, with its unending cycle, the Roman planetary week was designed and legislated to replace the scriptural week. Here is the evidence for this. So in 321 AD, Constantine, Emperor of Rome, by civil enactments, made the quote-unquote venerable day of the sun, which day was then notable for its veneration, the weekly rest day of the empire. The enforcement of the weekly observance of Sunday gave official recognition to the new week of 7 days and resulted in the introduction of it into the official civil calendar of Rome. The Romans passed that the calendar, I keep mispronouncing that. The Romans passed that calendar down to us. And in it, we have still the ancient planetary titles of the days of the week. So this is from Robert Lee Odom and the book Sabbath and Sunday in Early Christianity. And in my write-up there, I have all these sources cited at the bottom as well. So 40 years later, in AD 363 to 364, under the rulership of Julian, the last Constantinian emperor, the Council of Laodicea convened. The popularized version of Canon 29 from the Council of Laodicea is central to Sabbatarian doctrine. Unrecognized by most, this canon has been falsely translated, perpetuating Sunday's sacredness as the first day and quote-unquote Saturday as the seventh day of the biblical week sequence. So here's a quote from Canon 29 from the Council of Laodicea. Christians shall not Judaize and be idle on Saturday. And that's written in bold for a reason. We're gonna see that reason. But shall work on that day. But the quote-unquote Lord's Day, Sunday, they shall especially honor. And as being Christians, shall, if possible, do no work on that day. If, however, they are found Judaizing, they shall be shut out from Christ. And so this is what the Romans were talking about back in the time after Messiah. You know, the literal beast of Revelation that we see here in Rome. But an important point can be drawn from this ancient quote from the Council of Laodicea. Sunday of the new Roman solar calendar is here introduced as, quote-unquote, the Lord's Day. Patrick Madrid, a conservative Catholic scholar speaking on EWTN, Global Catholic Radio Network, January 5th, 2006, answered the claim that the Catholic Church changed the day of worship from Saturday to Sunday with this statement. There was a distinct break between the Old Testament requirements dealing with the Sabbath worship. They wanted to show that Christianity was distinct from Judaism, which both of these are actually false, but continuing. The other thing we should remember too is that our calendar that we follow, including the Seventh-day Adventists, is not only a calendar that was devised by the Catholic Church, but also is a calendar that's based upon the solar year, not the lunar year. And the Jewish calendar that was observed in the time of Christ follows a lunar calendar. And we know why I didn't mean to do that. We know why they followed it was the quote-unquote Jews that followed a lunar calendar, and we're going to get into that as well. So there's a translation error as highlighted in bold in the above quote of Council Laodicea, Canon 29, and that was Saturday. So it has been constantly ignored by the translators and theologians alike for nearly 1700 years. Whether intentional or unintentional, it has served as a convenient lie, helping cement Sunday as the first day of their continuous weekly cycle invention, and Saturday as the seventh day of that same week. Then, when the Jews, under pressure from the Romans, ultimately adopted Saturday as their seventh-day Sabbath, the deception was complete. Now all the world perceived that the Roman solar calendar, with its Saturday as the seventh day, is one and the same as the one ordained at creation and recorded in Scripture. Yet, to the discerning mind, it's all smoke and mirrors. So we can see, it was Rome and the usurpers working together. They had been working together since the Seleucid Empire. And further down in my article earlier in it, I go over a lot of that. And so the Seleucid Empire were the Greeks, and of course the usurpers are the Jews, or what we call Jews now today. But they are the ones who, they usurped the priesthood and used the Seleucid Empire's lunar calendar, which came from Babylon, and imposed it on everybody, including the Pharisees, the Sadducees, that stemmed from all that. That the usurped priesthood was following a false Babylonian lunar calendar, while the sons of Zadok, there in Qumran, they were keeping the true calendar, which is determined by the sun. And so we see where the Romans came from, because they came from the Greeks and all that, the Seleucid Empire. They literally stemmed from all that. So they were following this lunar calendar as well back then. And Rome and the quote-unquote Jews had a very similar calendar at the time, and they were both determined by a sliver moon cycle. So, let me continue here. So the following may shock many who have trusted the English translation of Canon 29. But according to Carl J. von Heffe, a Catholic bishop and scholar, in his book, The History of the Councils of the Church from the Original Documents, reveals that the word Saturday, Dies Saturni, does not exist either in this Greek or Latin text. Instead, the word quote-unquote Saturday was supplied in the English translation to replace the word Sabbato. So this right here, Dies Saturni, that's the word for Saturday, what we know as Saturday today. So what they did was, instead, there was this word Sabbato, which means the Sabbath. Not any particular day, just the Sabbath. So what they did was replace that with Saturday to start this, whole mind game that, Saturn's day is just always the Sabbath day. And that's simply not true. And, so many have fallen for this deception. And, it was hard for me to see this and accept it at first as well, because I was once under that deception. And I think it really has a stronghold on people, because when you try to just simply explain to them, like, hey, look at all this evidence that shows, Saturday is not always the Sabbath. They don't like that. They want to hold on to their Saturday Sabbath, not knowing that it's Saturn's day. It was forced on to the Pharisees and the quote-unquote Jews to perpetuate this whole lie. That's why Rome, they're the beast of Revelation. The harlot that rides the beast are the quote-unquote Jews, They've been working together since long before this time that we're reading about here. Since the Seleucid Empire. That's what the book of Maccabees is. It's actually speaking about the perspective from the usurper's side. And it even admits in there how and why they usurped the true priesthood. But let me continue, sorry. So then we have, Canon 29, which we just read above, but this is the, what is it, the Latin? But we see right here the word Sabato. It's not Dies Saturni, it's Sabato. So when the Julian calendar was being enforced upon early believers for religious purposes, absolutely no one confused the word Dies Saturni with Sabato. Everyone then recognized these two terms as unique names for two separate days, as found on two distinctly different time-measuring calendar models. This evidence from history has been forgotten and overwritten during the translation with the pretext of the theory of Saturday's sacredness being changed to Sunday, that Saturday has been assumed to be the seventh-day Sabbath of Scripture. This is partly due to the fact that the planetary week was adopted in AD 358 by the Yahudim, the Jews, in conformity with the demands of the Roman Constantinian captors. Coupled with the promotion of the entire Roman calendar model throughout the land, shows why all the world has now followed the beast into a fraudulent pagan worship rhythm, wholly unaware of its origin. How crafty was this? So this is another quote. It's from Rest Days by Hutton Webster. So these eventually led Jewish rabbis to call Saturn Shabbati, the star of the Sabbath, the star of Rampham. It was not until the 1st century, and this is a correction from that quote, 4th century correction, of our era, when the planetary week had become an established institution, that the Jewish Sabbath seems always to have corresponded to the Saturn's day, Saturday. This is another quote by Robert Lee Odom from Sabbath and Sunday in Early Christianity. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm just checking the chat here. Who needs a link there, sister? Here, hold on. All right, there. I sent it. Yeah, I thought Talitha was already in the group. But yeah, no. Well, I'm praying she's able to get in. All right, so let me go ahead and continue here. So this planetary week was paganism's counterfeit of the true biblical week, instituted by the Creator in the beginning of Earth's history. In the counterfeit week employed in ancient paganism, the quote-unquote venerable day of the sun was esteemed by the heathen above the other 6 days, because it was regarded as sacred to the sun. The chief of the planetary deities, just as the true Sabbath is inseparably linked with the biblical week. So the false Sabbath of pagan origin needed a weekly cycle. Thus, we have found that the planetary week of paganism is Sunday's twin sister, and that the two counterfeit institutions were linked together. And again, Sabbath and the Sunday in Early Christianity by Robert Lee Odom. Hold on, let me see what's going on in chat. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, see, she's in here already. But okay, let me continue here. Apologies for that. So Constantine applied Dies Solis, or Sunday, to the resurrection of our Messiah, as his contribution to replacing the scriptural calendar of the sons of Zadok. The monumental outcome was to the untrained eye, ignorant of history's past, that the scriptural seventh-day Sabbath must be Saturday. That's what we hear a lot. It must be the Saturday of the Roman calendar. It's always been that day. It's always been the seventh day. Well, we're going to see why it hasn't, and the evidence why it was actually day one of a floating lunar quasi-week. So this was accomplished simply by ensuring that every year, this pagan holiday Easter occurs on a Sunday, the first day of the new Roman planetary week cycle. Yet, by extension, it caused Saturday, Dies Saturni, of the same week cycle to appear to be the seventh day, which had never been so, according to Scripture. You will not see a Saturday in Scripture. It is not mentioned. There's a lot of people that go around and they say, well, look, all these different languages, it means Shabbat in this language. Well, that's because Rome has literally influenced pretty much every single country into that. That's why they have that quote-unquote name. Because it's Roman influence. So this is going to be a quote from Elaine Vornholt and Laura Lee Vornholt. Calendar Fraud, Biblical Calendar Outlawed. So the long-term effect that Easter Sunday entered established the Christian paradigm as the day of Christ's resurrection. The corollary to this realignment of time calculation was that the day preceding Easter Sunday, Saturday, became forever after the perceived true seventh-day Bible Sabbath. This is the true significance of Constantine's quote-unquote Sunday law, and it laid the foundation for the modern assumption that a continuous weekly cycle has always existed. And that's exactly what it is. They rewrote the history, they hide the truth. But when you see it, the funny thing is everything always leads back to Rome. And Rome leads right back to Babylon. So those who continue to spread the propaganda that the sacredness of Saturday was changed to Sunday in light of this revelation are no longer expositors of truth, but merely guardians of the lie. And it's true, that's how I felt. When I started studying this out, I went in to try to debunk it, and I found all this information and even more. And I felt this exact way. I was like, this is what Yahuah was showing me. And, that's how we started our group here, actually. And, praise Yahuah. And once you see this, you can't unsee it. And, it actually opens up, more understanding of what the scriptures actually say. And, so much more stands out when you read scriptures, and it's really amazing. All praise to the Most High. But let me continue here. So neither Dies Saturnis, Saturday, or Dies Solis, Sunday, was implemented by our Creator in the beginning. Both terms are linked by the same illegitimate planetary week, introduced by Emperor Constantine, for the sole purpose of destroying all things Hebrew, all things Yahuah. So this hatred of the truth and all things in the Old Testament Torah law is fully supported by the Creed of Constantine. Neither the term Saturday or Sunday is found in Scripture. Yahuah ordained his lights in the Shamayim, the heavens, to be the signs. And, this is where that whole, churchianity, Christian type ideology comes from. it started right there in Rome, where they say, oh, the Old Testament and the law, don't worry about any of that. It's done away with. It's nailed to the cross. Now, none of that is true. So this is going to be the Creed of Constantinople Church. And don't have it cited yet. So it's from Stefano Assamani. And I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. It's in Latin. But let me go ahead and read it here. So this is a quote from him. So he says, I renounce all customs, rites, legalism, unleavened breads, and sacrifices of lambs of the Hebrews. Look at that. And all other fests of the Hebrews. Sacrifices, prayers, aspirations, purifications, sanctifications, and propitiations, and fasts, and he says new moons, but we all know what that means, and Sabbaths, and superstitions, and hymns, and chants, and observances, and synagogues. Absolutely everything Jewish, every law, rite, and custom. And if it afterwards I shall wish to deny and return to the Jewish superstition, or shall be found eating with Jews, or feasting with them, or secretly conversing and condemning the Christian religion, instead of openly confuting them, and condemning their vain faith, then let the trembling of Cain and the leprosy of Gaza cleave to me, as well as the legal punishments to which I acknowledge myself liable. May I be an anemphtha, in the world to come, and may my soul be set down with Satan and the devils. Like, look at that guy. This is a quote from this guy, Stefano Assamani. And he was one of those a high leader in the Roman Catholic Church. So the Roman Constantinian Creed overtly identifies that the foundation of their new Christian religion was proactively designed to have no connection to anything taught in the Torah, the law, or the entire Old Testament scriptures. This creed is evidence that neither Saturday or Sunday was ever designed by Rome to accurately align in the original calendar model of the first week of creation, as presented in Scripture. Instead, with the creation of their new sacred Easter holiday, they combined it with their newly ordered Sunday, causing it to appear that Rome's continuous weekly cycle meets the scriptural standard, with Sunday as the first day and Saturday as the seventh. So Saturn's Day, Josephus and Dio Cassius. And because a lot of people try to use this one to say, oh, well, look, Josephus and Dio were agreeing over here about, which day was Saturday, and it was on Saturday. So, but we're going to go into exactly what was going on here. And kind of mentioned it earlier, but Rome was also going off a floating lunar quasi-week at the same time, very similar to what, Josephus and the Pharisees were observing. So let us compare the writings of the Roman historian Dio Cassius with those of the Jewish historian Josephus concerning the wars between the Romans and the Jews. Dio Cassius' testimony shows that the Jews did not fight offensively on Saturn's Day during the Roman invasions of Jerusalem in 63 BC, 37 BC, and AD 70. Roman History Book 37, chapters 16 through 17. Josephus wrote that the Jews didn't fight offensively on the Sabbath. The Wars of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 7, and the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 14, Chapter 4. So this seems pretty straightforward. Historical documentation shows that the Jews were keeping the Sabbath on Saturn's Day, or Saturday, Why would anyone claim that observing Saturday on the Gregorian calendar we have on our walls today is not what the Jews were doing in the time of Messiah? Is there more to this picture than we might suspect? Yes. Saturn's Day equals the first day of the week. Saturn's Day was the first day of the pagan planetary week before and during the time of Dio Cassius, which was AD 150 to 220. Dio Cassius also wrote that Saturn's Day was the first day of the planetary week. Then came the Sun's Day, Moon's Day, Mars' Day, Mercury's Day, Jupiter's Day, and Venus's Day. And that's exactly how our week, that's who they are named after still to this day. So here's some of the historical references to be able to confirm that. And a couple were mentioned, but the Roman History Book 37, chapters 18 through 19 by Dio Cassius. From Sabbath to Sunday, chapter 8. Sunday's Sacredness and Roman Paganism, page 118 to 120. And so, yeah, exactly, Sumi. Thor's Day. So this reference below shows and explains the name and order of the days of the Roman planetary week. And as we can see here, each of these is one of those Roman gods named above. And they had places to put what days of the week it was, what week it was. And this was all determined by a sliver moon cycle. That it was a Roman quasi-week. So they had all these peg holes here so they can keep track of all that. And this is called the Roman parapegma. Starting from the left, it's Saturn, Sol, Luna, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus. In the upper row, you see the days of the week and a wooden peg hole to mark the current day. The days of the week are symbolized by the 7 Roman deities after whom the planets known at the time and visible to the unaided eye were named. That would be, again, Saturn, Saturday, Sun, Sunday, Moon, Monday, Mars, Tuesday, Mercury, Wednesday, Jupiter, Thursday, and Venus, Friday. And Jupiter is also Thor, just a different name, different language, different name, same lowercase Elohim. But on the top left and right columns are Roman numerals from 1 to 15 and 16 to 30, representing the dates of the month. On the first day of the lunar month, a peg was put under the sign of Saturn, and on the Roman numeral 1. In the center are the signs of the zodiac with peg holes for the same purpose. So just to kind of show it again here, we see the Roman gods here, the peg holes, and then these columns on the left and the right, and then this sign, the quote-unquote zodiac signs, really the Mazzaroth signs. And it was all determined on a floating lunar calendar. So this here is it's the Julian civil solar only calendar. So they were using this at the same time they were doing the floating lunar calendar, actually. And we'll get into, we'll read about some of these details of what this means. It can be very confusing. So it's the Julian civil solar only calendar with a 365-day year of 12 months divided into 29, 30, or 31 days each month. Sound familiar? It was implemented for the Roman Empire in 46 BC. Let us look at the calendar above. If you look carefully on the left side of each column, you will see A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. These letters show the 8-day market week continuously cycling through the months of the year. There wasn't a 7-day week on the Roman calendar until the time of Constantine in AD 321. Yes, so they had these, they were called Noonan days, and these were those, 1 or 2 days that, similar to the, lunar Sabbatarians, they have a 1 or 2 day separation in between each month. That's what these Noonan days were back in the Roman time as well. So they had a 7-day floating lunar week, but they also had these 8-day markers as well in this calendar here, and it shows that. And these were those, I guess, null days is what the lunar Sabbatarians call them, or I'm not sure. But they're the days not counted, basically. Yeah, exactly. Deception is everywhere. 100%. And it goes very deep, too. So this is going to be the Columbia Encyclopedia 2001. The early Romans observed an 8-day market week. The planetary week was at first preeminent and made use of the planetary names based on the names of pagan deities, and continued even after Constantine made the Christian week, beginning on Sunday, official on the civil calendar. So Constantine changed the Julian civil calendar in AD 321. When he did this, he replaced Julius Caesar's 8-day market week and its A through H designations with the 7th-day, quote-unquote, Christian week that we use today. The Babylonian/Roman lunar month. Did you know Rome used both the calendars above simultaneously? One to track the weekdays and the lunar cycles, and the other for the 12 months of the 365 days and the Noonan days. The Romans adopted their calendar from Greece, who adopted theirs from Babylon. Who else adopted the Babylonian calendar? It was the usurpers, the ones who the Pharisees and Sadducees both stemmed from. Rome was observing these lunar quasi-weeks, is what they're called, that began with Saturn's Day and began or ended with a Noonan Day, or days not counted, to account for the extra days between sliver moons. These two calendars, the Roman and the Jewish, were in full operation at the time of Messiah. The Romans' pagan planetary gods honored during the quasi-weeks of the lunar month. The first day of the month and week was Saturn's Day, then Sun's Day, Moon's Day, Mars' Day, Mercury's Day, Jupiter's Day, and Venus's Day. And so we see here, this is basically their lunar quasi-calendar that they had in Rome at the time. And we see the 7-day week, and then these are going to be the days of the month that they tried to follow there. So please note that Saturn's Day is also on the 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th days of the Roman lunar month. Yep. Where do we think that came from as well? And sounds very familiar, doesn't it? So these coincided with the new moons and Sabbath of the usurpers' month, which is why Josephus and Dio Cassius' account coincide with quote-unquote Saturn's Day that we read above. Now let's look at the lunar calendar of the usurpers that some still use today. And again, we see that 7th day, those same dates, same ones we see on Saturn's Day over here on the Roman calendar. So these dates right here lined up with these dates right here. This is why they were following the same exact floating lunar calendar. They both had 7-day weeks, and they were both following Babylon. So the lunar calendar of the usurpers, please note that the first day is the new moon day. Sabbaths are at the end of each quasi-week on the 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th days of the month. The new moon day is the first day of the lunar month, and when there's a 30th day, it's considered part of the new moon period. It is in the last column because it isn't one of the 6 work days. This is the very same lunar calendar used by Rome, Greece, the Pharisees and Sadducees, and came from Babylon. Now that we can see the new moon day and Sabbaths on the usurper's Judean lunar calendar coincided with Saturn's day on the Romans' pagan planetary week, therefore the Saturday Sabbath that the Seventh-day Adventists and Jews honor today is not the same Seventh-day Sabbath which was determined on the lunar calendar that many of the Jews kept during our Messiah's time. The Hebrews who honored Yahuah's true Zadok calendar were not represented by the majority cult, which were the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who held governmental positions appointed by the Romans. Those Hebrews who worshipped our Creator and looked for our Messiah left writings in the Qumran caves showing that they honored our Heavenly Father's Sabbaths on a solar calendar of 364 days exactly, with 52 weeks within that year. Although some of the translators of the manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls have substituted Wednesday for the 4th day of the week, determined by the spring equinox, the day the sun entered the 4th gate and rose due east for the first time in the year, and Saturday for the 7th day of the week. The original language does not warrant it. Thus, history shows that the people based in Qumran were also not observing an uninterrupted cycling 7-day week that began with Sunday and ended with Saturday. The Babylonians began their month with the new moon day, later called Saturn's day of the pagan planetary week, and had 4 weeks within their month. The Second Temple Judeans, the Pharisees and Sadducees, began their month with the new moon day and began their first week on the 2nd day of the month. In 46 BC, Julius Caesar developed a civil solar-only calendar without the lunar months and an 8-day market week. This timekeeping method had no bearing on the lunar pagan planetary week, which was still in use by the populace for centuries afterward. The 1st century AD, Philo, a Jewish historian, linked the Sabbath of the Second Temple with the moon's phases. He notes that the 15th day of the lunar month was the full moon and the 7th-day Sabbath, as well as the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread and Tabernacles. Another Jewish historian, Josephus, writes that the Jews did not fight offensively on the lunar 7th-day Sabbath in 63 BC, 35 BC, and AD 70. 2nd century AD Roman historian Dio Cassius indicates that the Jews didn't fight offensively on Saturn's day, which was on the lunar calendar. In AD 321, Constantine replaced the 8-day market week on the Julian calendar with the 7-day Christian planetary week with the uninterrupted cycle 7-day week that ended on Saturn's day. He encouraged abstaining from work on Sunday, or quote-unquote the Lord's Day. The Sanhedrin had been forbidden to meet in Judea. The name was changed to Palestine, to determine the beginning of the year on their lunar calendar. In AD 359, the Hillel II calculated lunar-based calendar that used the Metonic cycle was implemented for the scattered Jewish nation, and apparently integrated the Christian planetary week with the Roman Empire's Saturn's Day as the 7th-day Sabbath. In AD 362, the Council of Laodicea strictly forbade observing the 7th-day Sabbath or Judaizing in the Roman Empire. It forbade Judaizing or abstaining from work on the Sabbath, not Saturday, on the Jewish calendar, and required abstaining from work on Sunday, or the Lord's Day, the first day of the newer Christian planetary week implemented by the Roman civil calendar by Constantine in AD 321. All right, and as we can see, there's a lot of lies and deception in what they tell us about our history is. And we can see it right here just in this short amount that we've read here. And I have the links down there, or I put it in the chat if anybody would like to read it. I have the sources cited, all of these things. And if you're watching on YouTube, it's always, a link to this is always in the description there. But yeah, let me try to catch up on the chat here a second. It's hard to keep up when you're reading. But yeah, if anybody has anything they'd like to add or, have any questions, feel free.
Hey, Jeremy, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to all this when we were on the Zadok calendar that does the Saturday Sabbath and all that nonsense. What pulled me out of that was when I was looking at, because one of the arguments is, well, that's what Sabado means, and they do all the languages, and it means Saturday. Well, we know it's not true. But it dawned on me that there's always been a fight for control, even within Hasatan's world, between his little minions, and so because you got the Roman Catholic Church, and then you've got the Rev 29ers over there in State of Israel that for the longest time despised one another. So when the Pope went and changed their Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, he wasn't talking to really the Yahudim, even though he knew that most people would be deceived by that. And then he changed it and pulled the rug out from under them, saying, well, see, we're whatever, and we have power, you don't, or whatever. It just seemed like there was an internal battle in Hasatan's camps, if you will, between the two sides. I know they're all working together, but it just seemed like there was always something going back and forth.
Yeah, and there always has been something going back and forth because they're just a different wing of the same dragon.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, they're working for the enemy, but they don't like each other either because they both have different evil goals, I guess is the best way to put that.
It seems too that's, and this is of course way, way, way long ago before any of us were even from the eye. That the Jews started taking over, they took over all of your media and your TV and of course Hollywood and all that stuff. They're really one and the same because they have their links to one another, but it's a hot mess.
Yeah, it really is. It truly is. And that's part of the chaos and confusion and all that just the enemy wreaks upon the earth. And some people fall for it. And talking earlier about that show, shows like The Chosen and things like that. And there's so many people that believe that show is legit, and it's just describing what's written in scripture when it's really not. It's a mockery of Yahuah. And they basically twist the scriptures to put it on a big screen, and then that way, it's casting a spell on everybody to be like, oh, look, I'm following scriptures because I'm watching this movie about it. And no, we're not supposed to watch movies about it. We're supposed to read and study and dwell in His Word. That's how we understand scriptures. And when we do that, when we have a foundation in scriptures, we could see the red flags in these type of movies and films and things like that as well. And Shabbat Shalom, Marissa and Bobby, Lisa, Ken. Sarah, everybody who just joined in recently. Good to see you all here.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hello to everyone.
So yeah, no, a lot of exciting stuff going on in the background here as well. A lot of important finds being made, and I don't want to say too much now, but pretty exciting stuff. But I know, Sumi, speaking about that actually, so when I was in school, I used to just ditch school constantly. Little did I know I was, avoiding the brainwashing of the system. Yeah, exactly. Doing ourselves a favor.
We used to think everyone should go to college, and if you didn't go to college, that might be a problem. But now we realize the colleges are just huge indoctrination camps. People go to college, with innocent hearts and minds and come back just totally radicalized and atheistic and even transgendered. It's really sad, especially if one wants a profession where you need it.
Yeah, exactly. That's all part of the deception, the plan, especially the whole, how do I put it? The rainbow agenda, I guess, especially targeted towards the children. It's detestable, honestly. But yeah, that's what they are. They're just indoctrination camps. And if you don't follow this certain narrative, you're doxxed, get out of here.
I went to a Christian college, which was pretty good. It was Oral Roberts University. But then for grad school, I went to get my degree so I could do my profession. But that's where I got corrupted. I was pretty innocent up till then. And it's
Yeah.
It's 100 times worse now.
Yeah, no. Today is just, Satan no longer hides. He doesn't have to hide. Everybody just follows him now without question.
Yeah, they really embrace it. It's sad.
But yeah, no, good to see you here, Sister Sarah.
Yeah,
we actually missed you on our health chat yesterday. We know you got some, we had a health fellowship.
Oh my goodness. You had a health fellowship and I wasn't there. I might
Yeah, we were hoping you
add a thing or two or learn a thing or two.
Yeah, actually we were thinking about just continuing it today because it was a bad time. That was probably on my part. I scheduled it at a bad time for everybody.
Well, I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't on social media much during the day.
Yeah, no worries.
I was in bed with a ferocious headache all day. My day really got messed up. I think they're zapping us more and more because I've been getting headaches. Just something awful occasionally.
I would
out of
definitely
nowhere.
agree. We were talking about that yesterday is, the chemtrails and the things like that. They poison our air, our food, our water. And it was just last week I had this like strange and powerful headache just come out of nowhere. And I believe it is from these things they spray,
Yeah, that and the EMFs, and I even had a few bouts the last few months of just severe dizziness and vertigo, which I've never had. And it would just hit out of nowhere. I'm going to work on getting rid of my smart meter, see if I can get rid of my smart meter and get an analog back. Because ever since the smart meter was forced on me, I've had a lot more headaches and brain fog. It's just, I know it's affecting me. And I resisted it until they shut my power off. In the middle of winter.
It's wild. it's wild how they try
and
to
I don't
force
have
you
a,
into that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's those negative frequencies, man-made frequencies, and they're not good for us at all.
No. I try and remember to pray and ask angels to come and scramble them, but I don't remember to do that all the time. My dad used to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea, pray over everything. And I do know there are actually plants, like there's a plant out we have here in Arizona, it's called a yucca, but it actually absorbs those, waves like that. And it doesn't harm the
Really?
plant. It's actually like it's meant to absorb these things.
Wow.
So I have one planted by my meter out there because, yeah, they did the same, forced the whole smart meter. And yeah,
I
it's
feel
really
like,
a hassle.
I feel like if we have Yahweh designed our bodies to filter out poisons and toxins, right, in our bodies. So I'm sure he also accounted for our spiritual, like the signals and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Because it says that we will step on serpents and eat anything and nothing will harm us. And like, I understand you're not supposed to go and just do that on purpose, but if you have no choice, I just feel like the Father, like I think we should worry about it, but I think that sometimes we worry about it way too much.
Well, we do live in physical bodies that are susceptible, and we apparently do get overwhelmed. It's like our bodies are designed to resist germs and viruses and bacteria. However, when our body's overwhelmed with chemicals, because we live in such a chemical-laden world, it renders our body so that it can no longer be resistant to that. The internal environment makes a big difference, and the internal environment also makes a difference in how much electromagnetic pollution we can ward off. But they're just overloading us and bombarding us with so much because they know that the body was designed to resist so much, but when it's overloaded, it can't. It just is overcome, and we're really gonna need more supernatural protection.
Yeah, this is where the power of prayer comes in, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I think the more we read the word and the more we pray and we abstain from evil things, the more fortified we'll be. I hope so.
And definitely fasting helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Prayer and fasting, it really helps a lot more than most realize.
And to verbally like rebuke and bind these demons and spirits and stuff, like we don't realize how powerful being able to speak is, which there's people who can't speak, and I think they have just as much power in prayer. But if you can speak, you should speak and sing and, use your voice.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to speak it out loud, actually, and because they can't read your mind, so you have to speak it out loud, and that's going to be, the power of not only our word but Yahuwah's word as well, because He's going to have our back when we do those things, especially if we're, fasting and praying and asking Him to take it on. He is a man of battle. He's going to help us fight these battles.
Yeah. I noticed Kim's avatar here, Kim Lam Diggity, and it's an armored up soldier, and that armor was a Faraday cage. Notice how it covered every bit of their body. It was a Faraday cage, which tells me in the ancient world they definitely had weapons, electromagnetic weapons. But when I look at that, I also think, the prayer, the fasting, the being in the Word so much rather than on social media all the time, it's those things that create the armor. And the Bible tells us about the armor. So we just have to be armored up.
Yep. 100% all the time. I was just telling my kids that you can say a prayer all you want, but if you don't have that heart for him and know that he is all powerful. And it's the faith you put in him because your heart belongs to him. I mean, I'm talking to my children here. They're like 12 and 14. And I'm pretty intense with them. But I'm telling them, listen, if you don't believe and you don't apply him to your life 100% and you let that doubt creep in, it'll get you.
Mm-hmm. I have a friend who was a healthcare practitioner, and he was quite a warrior, but not a believer warrior. He was a warrior for fighting the New World Order, and he was a prepper, and I mean, he had built this underground bunker. I mean, and he was so stocked. He was stocked up to the hilt. He could have lasted down there for a year or two or longer. And he sold health products, which were very good, but he just was, not looking at things from the spiritual end. So he was well prepared physically. I mean, and he had his guns and ammos and everything, but, he recently died of leukemia. And so everything that he had done to prepare physically, I mean, I think it's wise that we all do some of that, definitely, but he was so prepared, but yet he wasn't prepared spiritually. And it just makes me heartsick because he just died. He died of leukemia, of all things, and he was really into all kinds of natural stuff. But leukemia took him down, and he left behind all that worldly preparation, but his soul wasn't prepared. And, he just didn't, he thought he was invincible. He just didn't see the need for that. I'm hoping at the end that maybe he did, embrace the Father and the Son, but, we have to make sure that our preparations, that we're prepared in all areas, especially in the spiritual arena, because that's the only thing that's going to help us get to the kingdom, to follow that road to the kingdom.
So my husband was a prepper, and it is what it is. He was a prepper, and he had the same mindset. He still believed, but so now I've got all this, so, or whoever, because I'm sure we're going to be bombarded when things start shutting down. And we'll provide, but so we'll use our preps with the people.
Yeah, it can come in handy for sure, but we can't take it with us, and it won't get us into the kingdom. We have to have that spiritual armor.
Exactly.
Yeah, very important, yes. And yeah, that also goes with, taking care of temples as well, with, Yahuah's remedies and his food and praying over all these things as well. I think it's really awesome that we have so many brothers and sisters in here that know about these things, and we're able to help those who don't know about them as well. And Sumi, I think you know a lot more about it than you think, sister. Yes, it is that spiritual warfare, because we're not fighting against flesh and blood. We're fighting against these rulers, principalities, these spirits, and they can affect others and even ourselves without us being made aware of it. And like I mentioned yesterday, it's those thoughts that creep in, that are negative, or you're like, whoa, where'd that come from? It's because it's the enemy whispering into your ear, and you don't even know about it. And, I use the example of, like, if you're a woman and you're just thinking like, oh, I need to buy, eyeliner or something. And then you're scrolling through Facebook or social media or whatever, and then you see an ad for eyeliner. That's literally evidence of the enemy bringing into your ear, because they can't read our thoughts, but what they do is whisper things, and then they'll make it appear like they're reading our minds by having those ads come up. Because the AI, the technology and all that is truly controlled by the enemy. And that's what it is. And it's these deceptive, lying works that are done by the enemy. And, people think, oh, wow, it's reading my mind. How is it doing that? Well, it's not. It's the enemy whispering things and then making it appear to be the way by showing these ads or whatever you're thinking about, like an ad will pop up.
So you're saying that you think that like the Satan will give us these thoughts, and then we will see them, and we think that he can hear our thoughts. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because like when you were talking about it, like he can't hear our thoughts, and I'm like, I know for a fact multiple times that I have thought of something, didn't speak it, and I saw it on my phone for an ad, and it freaks me out. I'm like, I don't know if like being on social media or being on these things is almost like coming into agreement with it in a way and allowing it without knowing. And I didn't know, but that makes a lot of sense actually.
Yeah, that thought was from the enemy. That's why he thought about it. And then he put that ad there. And that way you think, oh, wow, look, like it's reading my mind. But it's really not.
Literally like massive mind games. It's crazy.
Yeah, truly.
But also, you can't shorten Yahuah's hand, because he can use all of these demon devices. So, I mean, there's been so many times I've felt the Father and heard the Father speaking through something I was watching, like even bad stuff. Like I will be like, wow, it'll be conviction or something good or whatever, but he is very, very capable and able.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that as well, because, he takes what's good and uses it for evil, but Yahuah takes what's evil and uses it for good. And that's a good point there as well, Sumi. So
Exactly.
it's just having that
I'm sorry. I just had a lot of psychosis from what I went through, and it caused me a lot of mental hearing voices, thinking the TV was talking to me, and turns out it was. But it took me a long time, many, many, many years, to be able to sleep at night and to figure out where these voices were coming from. And absolutely, there's a lot of them that are demonic, but there's one that's not. And that one is always going to be there. And that's Yahuah.
Absolutely. 100%. I agree. And yeah,
You
oh, go ahead. Shalom, by the way, sister.
Oh, thank you. Shalom. I was thinking on this whole issue, and I believe that we can have, like, we're receivers, and the enemy can put thoughts in our heads. And there are times when he'll be working with two people that might have an ignorant agreement with him, and suggests the same thought into both of their minds at the same time. And then they think that they're, soulmates, and they think the same way. And he uses that type of seduction to bring both of them under his power, because they think that they thought it. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of games that he plays with people's heads like that.
Definitely like familiar spirits. That's what that sounds like.
I'm really thankful that he gives us the authority and the discernment to sort the thoughts, whether they're from him or not.
The take every thought into captivity is a whole new ball game now, isn't it?
I was just about to say that too. Yeah. Hold every thought captive. And yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up, Sister Ellie, because that is very true as well. And yeah, to what Sister Faye said there, like these devices, they're black screens, can be portals or black magic, and it's a deep dive. Yeah, it is. Our phones themselves are modeled after, black scrying mirrors, and that's what they used to communicate with spirits back in the day. Now, I'm not saying we have to toss out our phone and things like that, because it goes with what Sumi just said. These instruments are also used for it. I mean, we're gathering here right now on his Sabbath, so that's a good thing. It's a blessed thing, because without this, we wouldn't be able to gather. We're so gathered.
So Jeremy, I see Kayleen was saying how he hears because he can't hear our thoughts. But I was explaining this to my children, and I'm kind of winging it here. But I highly suspect this is how it's happening. With the frequencies, the whisper that is heard by our brain is not an audible that our ears are hearing.
Plus, he's been watching you. He's been watching your
True.
whole family.
Well, and yeah, he knows their downfalls. He knows your past. He knows all the things.
Yeah, don't think he doesn't know you. Like, you can't read your husband's thoughts, but you know your husband or wife or place the closest person to you. You know what I mean?
It's the thought, though, that comes into your mind that is like out of the blue. I believe that is, it is whispered to you and that your brain hears it, but your ears don't.
Yeah, and you've already accepted it most of your life, so you think it's just another one of your thoughts.
Exactly.
So it's when you it's when you start pushing back that that's where you start having like psychosis and stuff, because then you're like, what's going on? The cognitive dissonance is so horrible at that moment, and that's when most people, they usually like cross out of Torah a little bit deeper, because you either do it or you go crazy.
Right. Well, I've been telling my kids, because with discipline issues, we were kids. So when, they do something like out of the blue, what are you doing? Well, yesterday when we were talking and with the whisper, I never even thought about it. And then everything opened up. I'm like, oh, this all makes sense now. So I think that, and not a test, but these things come into the brain, and I'm telling my kids, you need to pray to him immediately that second. You need to give it to him to remove, and you need to rebuke whatever demonic interference there is right then and there. And it doesn't necessarily have to be said aloud. Probably better if it is. But
and the little idle chitter chatter that we have, like I've noticed the past couple months, my husband will just about put his hand on my mouth to stop me from like gossiping or saying something that he knows. Because like he's starting to realize how powerful our words are. And he's like, don't even speak that about our son or our daughter. Like, don't even speak anywhere near that. Because I'll be like, oh my goodness, our son's about to, mess up so bad. And my husband like will stop me in my tracks, and it's just amazing.
That is, now I pay attention to that a lot more too with anyone speaking. Because this is, and I'm very intense we're an intense household. But when I tell my kids not to, not to say this or not to say that, because they're speaking it into existence. That spell.
The word abracadabra was a Hebrew word. Have you guys heard that? And like it literally means what I say will be, or something to that effect. And like now they use it for all this other mumbo jumbo stuff.
Exactly. And
that comes with var from the word, right? To the word. Say it, Chet. To speak. Yeah.
Yeah, because our words are powerful, and they're more powerful than we think, because it's just like Yahuah's word. He spoke everything into existence. It's those frequencies, the vibrations. Everything has a frequency, a vibration. And our words do the same. When we speak, it causes a vibration. And especially, our modern English language here, it was really designed to be like a spell casting language. So all these words have double, triple, hidden meanings, things like that. So we can be saying things and not even realizing it. And so we're speaking these things into fruition, I guess you could say, because that's when these unclean ruach, they will hear these things. That's how they understand, what or things like that as well, from, not only them whispering into our ears. And that was a good explanation for it, actually, there, Sister Kim. We don't hear it audibly, but we hear it like as a thought. And that's how they work. Yeah, Brother Micah, exactly. Power of life and death is in the tongue. And, Messiah, he cursed the fig tree and it withered away. He spoke and it happened. Take every thought captive. Absolutely. And there's also that verse that talks about every word you speak will be held against you. Don't quote me directly, but that's about the gist of it right there.
That one will put some fear in you right there, buddy.
Yeah, truly. We truly have to remember that as being on this narrow path as well. And the words we choose to speak to others, how we speak to others, how we treat others, things like that. It all has to be how Messiah did it, with love and compassion, humbleness, kindness.
I mean, if our deeds and words are going to be put on a scale, I don't know how that's going to work. But that's why I love that we can read, scriptures to each other and read our Bibles out loud, because that counts. That's your words coming out of your mouth, and praying for each other and loving one another and singing songs to one another. Like, these things are heaping treasures on your behalf in the kingdom that will go with you when you pass away, when you pass from this place to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we read about that in the Matter of a Heart fellowship. If we have a heart for him, we turn our hearts to him and what his heart desires, he's going to blot out our sins in the past. So, if we turn and repent, it doesn't matter what we've done, he will blot that out. And it's so amazing, truly, honestly. All praise to the Most High. Even the words that we speak, he can blot all of that out. And, he's bigger than any of these curses or words that we speak. He is the word, So he's bigger than anything here. And when we give it to him, we allow him to fight our battles and help us fight our battles. We're going to see the blessings through that. And, it's these trials by fire that, refine us. Go ahead, Sister Ellie. Sorry.
Oh, I think I started talking before you were done. I was thinking on that whole thing about our words being seeds and all, and remembering that parable about the birds coming and eating the seeds. And I had a friend who was really serious about changing what she was saying. And we can have real challenges with that habit pattern and getting that stopped. She said that when she realized that she said something she wasn't sure she should have said, she'd ask the Father to send birds to come and pluck up the seeds so they wouldn't settle in somebody's heart and make a bad harvest. I thought that was a pretty neat prayer.
Yeah, that is.
And that is powerful. We do that too. Like, please don't let anything dumb we say take root.
It's always in the power of prayer right there. That's how it is. And yeah, me and Ken, we've been getting back into our daily Bible studies as well. And, I'll read out loud, and he'll want to read some verses out loud as well. And I think that helps a whole lot as well. And, you know, it's that armor, the sword of Yahuah, actually. And that's really interesting that, who was it that brought out the Faraday cage style? Was it you, Ellie? But yeah, you know, that's absolutely right. When we see this hidden technology, there's nothing new under the sun. So everything we're seeing today had already existed in the past. So they had all this hidden technology that, you know, it's still hidden today. But you're right, you know, that armor also protects against these frequencies and vibrations and things like that, like from the 5G, the Wi-Fi, all of that. It really all comes together so very deeply, especially when you see all these connections and, you know, the secrets and the lies and all these things they try to hide from us, just all of this truth they try to hide. And it's because they try to hide Yahuah from every single one of us, make us fall off that path.
I think if we really understood how much the angels love us and take care of us, we'd have a whole lot less in the way of fear going on. Because his angels are like an extension of his character, and he loves us. He loves us so much, he never held our sins against us in the first place. He sent his son to reconcile the world to him, not holding our sins against us. And so the angels are just they're sent here to aid the heirs of salvation, which we are.
Yeah, precisely. And we see that in the book of Enoch that we've been studying as well on Thursday nights. You know, he sent all these angels, and he even describes, you know, hey, look, this angel I put over this part, this angel I put over that, this angel I put here to, you know, protect mankind, things like that. So yeah, you know, everything from him is to help us and protect us.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
I just wanted also to say, a part of all of this, I think if you are being affected by like what you're thinking, or like if it's coming up on your technology, it's also to like revoke and put down the agreements that we've made. On our phones, like when you first get a brand new phone, even like to get a web browser, like if you download Safari or Opera, you accept the terms and conditions, which is another form of making covenants, even to something that's very small, but it's very specific with technology. They ask you first, and we just click, you know, you're trying to get to the final screen. So we're you know, just next, we accept. That also, I feel, is a doorway to allow it to come in and do what it does, which is something, it's kind of, how do we continue, you know, in this life? Because it's like right now we're all scattered. Without technology, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing now. But the effect that it is having is because it is not something that we had to do, but it is something that we use. If that makes sense, I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's also breaking the yokes that we've made and the patents that we've made with technology. That's why they can use it against us. And a lot of the times for the smart meters, you can, depending, you have to, it's a lot of hurdles, but you can get them removed and go back to the former. Some people cut it completely, but a lot of the things is what they have embedded in us. And there's a lot of things, if it is coming, is unclean spirits for sure. But because of covenants, a lot of people can be embedded with their tech. And I'm not saying that there's no power in that, but I also feel like when we see the examples, when we make covenants with anything, we have to actually break that covenant in order for Yahuah to help us, redeem us, type of thing. Like when the children tricked Joshua and them, that covenant, it established, they couldn't undo it. So we have to be really careful on what we do join in agreement with, especially when it comes to God.
I think you're absolutely right, Faith. I've been studying some stuff on agreements lately, and it even goes back to agreements that our ancestors made that they became in covenant with, which can affect us today. You know, like if there's areas in our life that we're struggling with, no matter how much we pray about or even fast and pray, we might have agreements there that we're not even aware of. And maybe that could be a study that we do on one of our Shabbat fellowships is about agreements, because I think it holds a lot of believers in bondage. And you make a good point. I didn't even think about that with the technology. Yeah, there's really something to that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we know the technology was controlled by these demons. Use that to manipulate and to keep this, tracking on us. That's where this whole digital ID tracking, things like that is coming from. It's because Satan wants to be like the Most High, so he wants to be able to keep track of all of us.
Yeah, that's why we have to sign all these covenants. Like if you want to loan anything, buy a house, go to the doctor, you can't do anything without signing your name to a covenant, to a contract. That's what my goal is. Like I'm bent on getting out of these contracts, like every one of them.
That's really smart, and it's important. We probably are in so many contracts or agreements in the spirit world that we have no idea about, but they've hooked us in subtly, so prevalently.
Yeah, this last one that I broke, I prayed. I said, because me and my husband were on a budget, and we had got a loan for my daughter a car, and she broke the agreement. And we were supposed to pay it, and we did for over a year, like 2 years. And finally, I was like, okay, y'all, well, I can't pay this car payment. My son done ruined the car, and I felt so bad about not paying it, and being in that, I owe them the money. I do. So I was like, what do I do? Because I owe all these people money. And I told the father, like, let it fall away. And if I can pay it, I will. But if not, let it fall away. And, that's the great thing about not having money and about being poor. I'm not saying don't have what you need, but it's a really great thing because I have no choice but to watch it fall away. It's just that in my situation, it's like, well, thank you, Yahuah. Now I don't have that. Like I couldn't pay it. Where most people would freak out, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so grateful that is gone now. And now I know better to not do that again, not sign up for any more contracts like that. But if I had money, I would have paid it forever and ever, and I never would have realized I was in bondage.
Look at our mortgages and our credit cards and loans, and all those are agreements that we've agreed to, and that creates bondage. And causes us to be not good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You're right. It's usury. Usury is something that the Jewish community has somehow spilled out into the world. This usury is total bondage. You're right, and the usury goes not only on a personal level, but it's on a governmental level as well. If you think about all these governments, in debt and making covenants with large bodies, world organizations, it's just carried on and carried on. It's just non-stop.
You know, when my son was a little guy and I had college debt and I just took really to heart, owe no man anything but to love. And I had a check in my spirit about taking the college loans in the first place, but I let myself be persuaded to do it. It took 7 years to get my debts paid off. Now I'll tell you what, never took one on again. It's very freeing to owe no man anything but to love. It really is. And anybody who's going that direction, I'm encouraging you, because it's a beautiful thing. You don't have nearly the constraints whenever the Father gives you to do something.
Yeah. They put these things out there to entice us, and then, we're a slave to that debt, and in turn, we're a slave to the world now.
Right. And then when you get into the money system, it's not money, it's a debt note. And you're never going to be able to, the economy cannot cover all the debt notes. And back in the 90s, he showed me about how we did not have right or equal weights and measures. And he showed me about how the government was doing stuff. I was running my own business, and it's like, well, man, if I ran my business like the government, I wouldn't be able to have a business, things that he made me aware of that nobody else was talking about around me. I think that he makes us aware of things in our spirits that can be different than what most of the people we associate with even think about. And then, of course, they look at us like we're crazy if we ever say anything to them about it. And even if we don't, and we just live according to what the principles he's showing us, we just feel really different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And some people, they can't hear this stuff, Jeremy. They can't hear it if you try to say something to them about it.
Oh, I know. Unfortunately, I know personally about that. And yeah, you try to tell them, you try to say like, hey, look what I found. And they call you crazy or foolish or, what have you. And it's unfortunate because, they've been programmed, and it's hard to break out of that.
Yeah. Oh, no man, anything but to love, even with the Christian advisory people. Oh, well, that's everything except for your mortgage on your house, don't you have to do that. And I mean, all of this stuff, it's pretty amazing the way we reason away the plain words of our Savior.
But there's good news. There's good news, because like the bondage that you feel, and some people don't feel it. I don't know how people that actually can pay all their bills and have extra money feel. But when you are feeling like that bondage is on you, and you have all these agreements with all these people and you can't do it, and you're at the bottom, and then it just really brings that bondage of sin on you and that shame. And it's like, that's what Yahushua came and died for, to free us, even while you're in it, of it. So like, even though we're in it and we should be doing the best we can to pay our bills, sometimes you can't, and you shouldn't stay trapped and suffering because you're going to owe a hospital bill of $50,000 or, $500,000 that you can never pay. You shouldn't be feeling that conviction, just let it go.
Yeah, absolutely, sister. Yeah, good point there, Micah. Pharaoh only charged 20%, and Yahuah sent plagues to free the Hebrews. Yeah, exactly, Lisa. These Christian churches, they want you to sign some kind of contract or make some deal. That's not who you want to be making deals with, for sure. And yeah, thank you for sharing, Sister Faith. On fire with the scriptures.
I think it was pretty interesting, about this subject of churches and wanting your name signed so that you're part of them. And so if they take on a debt, guess what? You're also responsible for that debt if you're a member. And then I remember whenever he said, if you're giving alms, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. And it's like, oh, let's see, the left hand is this, the right hand. Well, wait a minute. That means that if I am paying taxes, that I should not take an exemption for my religious contributions. It's not the state's business how much I give to the church. It's not the church's business how much I give to the state. And what on earth is it that they want to know exactly what is my tithe? Well, then they know how much I make, unless I'm double tithing and they assume I'm making twice as much as I'm making. The whole thing's just a trap. Oh, but we have to be a church member so they can tell us, oh, you're okay with God or you're not okay with God. And we control whether you get in that gate or not. And they teach things as sin that aren't sin, and they teach things that aren't sin that are sin, and it's a crazy mess.
Yeah, it really is. It's a crazy, confusing mess. And, most people, unfortunately, they don't read their scriptures enough to see this crazy mess that's going on outside and all around them, and even things they're caught up in. And yeah, isn't it funny that they say the law is all abolished and nailed to the cross, but not that tithing, huh? And not only that, they take that way out of context, because the tithe was, crops and animals and things like that, and it was the Levi's portion. So it wasn't just money and things like that. It was literally their portion. And then there's also a command that the Levites had to, tithe 10% of what they got to the poor and needy. A lot of people forget about that one as well.
And I have to also say, even like this might seem extreme, but even to covenants for food, like I've been really reconsidering canceling like Costco membership, and there's a lot of reasons for that. When we join Costco, we kind of accept any of their philosophies, any of their what they sell, like we're supporting that. But when we go into Costco, depending on the season, you're vexed with all of the idolatry, you're vexed with unclean food. And it's like, am I supposed to be here? Yeah, it's good deals or whatever, but we were never supposed to kind of go out and mingle among the nations. And it kind of goes into like, how far do we go with this? But it is a vexing for me. Like Asia Standard is ran by believers. The owners of the company are Sabbath keeping believers, and like having to find alternatives even to who we make a covenant for our food, because we understand covenant of food is huge on who we actually get our stuff from, who we buy from. We're supposed to be really picky and choosy on that, which can, of course, I'm not trying to like dig, like, I don't know, overwhelm anybody by doing that, but I canceled Amazon, no Walmart, like not having memberships or covenants with these corporations either, because it for me it counts and it matters.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that too. It's just like all these other things. It's a contract with them. And these big corporations and things like that, they're contracted with the governments and so forth and so on. Yeah, no, it's definitely great about. Go ahead.
It kind of reminds me of the same thing about, what you're watching on TV, though. it's like you see it, you see what it is, and if you're in it and you're having to use those things, Yahweh's not being mad at you. But if you can find better, then find better. We should always be seeking his face and finding better and doing better. So if you have a person who's slaughtering your meat here and raising it farm fed and you can get to it and you can afford it, then you should absolutely do that. But me, I can't do that. Am I a lesser, in the kingdom than you are because of that? No, absolutely not. You never know somebody's position in the kingdom by what they eat or what they drink or whatever they do, because it's a heart issue. But that's why I just wanted to come in and say that, because it's like, oh, I watched The Chosen or I eat this or that. Absolutely, I wish I didn't have to. I would love to have a piece of land and live off the land. That is ideal. But what is reality is I'm stuck right here, and I'm not there yet. And there's a lot more people like me than people that can get out here and get, homestead and all of that stuff. But I see so much of Yahweh's power in my life and with my family. It's like, do I want to change? I know we should be seeking his face, but it's like being poor, it really teaches you. You really get to see him working. So I don't know, but you're right. You guys are right.
Anyway, I want to apologize if I made you feel that way, at all. Definitely not. I was just sharing, for me, having covenants with some of the stores, for memberships, because actually it's pretty expensive when you have all these memberships. But I'm not trying to place a burden on anybody for that. It's just my own
No,
conviction.
you didn't. I was just being devil's advocate, for the people who may feel that way, because there's always somebody on both sides of the fence, and somebody gets offended. No, you're right. You're 100% correct. But I'm just saying, there's people who aren't able to do those things or seek that, and it does put them in like a bondage or conviction or whatever. Yeah, it's like, what do you do? I have to eat. I have to do these things. I have no choice. And so that's the only reason I chimed in, Faith. No, I love you guys. I was not offended.
Yeah, and Sumi, the word says that the poor will inherit the earth, and I think, none of that matters if our heart isn't right with Yah. If we're not walking out in the situation we're in, whatever that is, if we have money to pay all our bills, if we have money to buy a little homestead, if we don't, it's where our heart is at, truly. And I know that, in the church we say, oh, he knows my heart. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, are we truly trying to serve him? Have we humbled ourselves before him wherever we are, with whatever resources that he's given to us? It all comes from above. And if we're not utilizing that to try to serve others, and if we're not being good stewards of what he's given us, no matter if it's very little, the I forget, with the woman who put in I forget what it was called, her 2 cents into the plate versus a lot of money. I appreciated what you had to say, Faith, with the when you're downloading apps and when we come into covenant with all these programs, even our bank, we got to sign a thing to have our online banking. And I hadn't thought of that. I've kind of pulled myself out of most technology stuff just because I want nothing to do with it, to be honest, other than I do have fellowship here locally, but they keep Saturday Sabbath, and they're actually quite disgusted with me that I think that Yah's seventh day might be something other than Saturnalia, and they don't want to listen, they don't want to talk about it, and they're doing it, and I still fellowship with them when I can, because I believe he wants us to be a witness no matter where we are. But I try not to. If I think I'm anything's to do with AI, I won't have anything to do with it. I've never spoken to AI that I know of, and I don't want to. I don't want to be in covenant. I know Angel talks a lot about like what technology is doing to us. And I truly believe when he says come out of her, it means to the best that we can. And I don't know how to do that with our apps and our programs and the things that we use. I have very few, but it's a good thing to pray on and fast on and ask him for direction on for sure.
A very good point there, sister. You're awesome. Very important as well. You know, do we have a heart for Yahuah and his ways, or a heart for the world?
Exactly. And I have to check myself sometimes because, you know, I actually just in March bought a little 5-acre hobby farm kind of. It's not much, and I didn't pay that much for it, but I've been since 2016. He drew me to not be in debt. And I wasn't in debt other than my house. And everybody says, you know, you have to be. And I sold everything in 16 and I bought a motorhome, and I've been living out of a motorhome for the last 5 years about, give or take. And mostly I just every day, like, show me where you want me and bring to me who you want me to serve. And I believe he did. And when I bought this place, it was really nothing about me really wanting to. I've always wanted to have a little homestead. And I've had homes. I've owned homes before, but I kind of didn't want to. I felt like, you know, Yeshua had nowhere to lay his head. And why do I need it? If I'm going to be a witness and be there, just show me where you want me. But my life circumstances changed. And if we're seeking him with all of our heart, and we're asking him for guidance, and we're, you know, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but I'll tell you, this place that I bought was a mess, and I've done nothing but really work on this place, trying to get it livable for the last 6 months. But I have 5 acres, and I grew a garden this year that was so plentiful. You wouldn't even, I was like, I could do nothing but praise him. Like, wow, I had so much produce that I couldn't can it all and preserve it all and give it away. I was giving it to people. So, you know, he just provides where we're at. I don't know how long I'll be here. I might not be here very long, but if I am, I think he's going to provide. It's that trusting in him wherever we are.
Yeah, no, that's it. Absolutely.
Because it was kind of hard when I was on the road, when I was living, you know, I live alone. Now I have a dog, but, you know, traveling across the country by yourself, it takes a lot of trust, especially in this crazy world with the spiritual warfare going on everywhere you turn.
It truly is. It's such a battle in the spirit, you know, especially against Yahuwah's people. You know, I know many of us have been going through a lot of different struggles lately. And, you know, it's because the enemy fights hard knowing his time is short. And, you know, Yahuwah is separating the wheat from the tares as well. So, yeah, it's definitely a spiritual battle. It's spiritual warfare, honestly, is what it is. And yeah, all praise to the Most High Yahuwah, you know. He truly is amazing. Yeah, we need to make an RV park. Yeah, no, we're trying to go, let me say this again. We're trying to come up with a spot for community land for us all to gather, and, you know, for Marissa to be able to do her plan that she has there, you know, with the whole health and wellness center, things like that. I think it's truly needed. Yeah, there you go, Sister Cheyenne. You know, confirmations being made. Yep, that's it. That's it right there, Sister Sarah. You know, the wheat versus the tares. Some good scriptures for it too. I'm going to save that one. And that one as well. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You know, the tares look just like the wheat, but they're known by their fruits. It comes time to harvest. You know, technically, wheat doesn't have fruit, but it kind of does. So, you know, that's how the determination is made to show what a wheat and a tare is as well. So we are known by our fruits. If we have
Hey,
those good fruits. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
your wheat and tares. So when they are fully grown, the wheat will bow and the tares stand straight up. And I always think of their pride with the tares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amen, sister.
Yeah, you always provide, and especially if we are patient and obedient. Yeah, absolutely. You know, not diving headfirst into strange things, you know, not jumping the gun, you know, following after worldly possessions or riches and things like that. We have to follow after Yahuah and what he wants. Oh, sue me. Yeah, no, like I think the community land thing, you know, coming together would truly be awesome. You know, fellowshipping in person, just, you know, being in person, being there for each other, because we do all truly need each other. Yeah, yeah. You know, the fencing for the animals, the shelters for them, the food, the equipment needed for the work, soil for the garden, you know, all these things. Yeah, that's actually a very good list you made there, Sister Marissa. You know, all these things are important, and it's hard for one person to do that alone. So if we're in a community, you know, we can all, you know, carry each other's burdens, especially in that aspect right there, you know. Yeah, it's keeping out of debt. All right, your name's first there, Sumi. But yeah, you know, it's truly a blessing to be able to come together for you who are like this as well. And, you know, all praise to the Most High, truly. It's such a blessing. You know, we can get along despite our slight differences and things like that. It's because our main foundation is the scriptures. So we agree 90% about pretty much everything. That's really the most important part, honestly. Because, you know, not everybody is going to agree about everything or every aspect, things like that. So it's really about learning how to come together and, you know, just learning to agree to disagree. And that can be fine. And that's why, you know, scripture speaks about, you know, uh, what's the verse? Now I'm drawing a blank now, sorry. But it's Paul, and he's speaking about, you know, do everything with fear and trembling to Yahuwah, basically. And that's what it's about. Yeah, yeah. go right ahead and ask, Sister Faith. Yeah, we're all about that season of deception here as well.
Yeah, I'm like, well, let's go ahead and start off with a hot topic. So this was something I was thinking about during some time. So one of the things that was shared by Lachlan, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I was looking at it and it's really interesting. And even when we came into this belief that I've been able, like everybody kind of talks about it, is coming out of Babylon. My question is this: when we're able to tie Babylon and knowing what happens if Babylon has already been defeated, that would mean one or two things. Her smoke rises up continually until the end, like the final complete end. Where would that be located today? And also, if it hasn't been, because usually a lot of people either say it's Rome or the United States, there's so many things pointing to Babylonian system still being established here today, which I would think if it's defeated and it's like she's destroyed, like it's not coming back, that wouldn't be the way that when it's like Satan's released, that wouldn't be the way that he would do, because that can never be resurrected or, brought back again. But we're seeing huge examples of that system still being in place, which kind of, for me, is kind of showing, well, maybe Babylon hasn't been destroyed. And so I understand Babylon can also be spiritually, but this is a physical destruction as well. So where would that be, and where would the destruction and the ashes and all of that from the ports, where would that desolation have happened yet? Because I personally think it could still be the United States. And the Leviathan is still here, and there's been some really big movements with that. And so I'm like, what happens? So.
Yeah, no.
Well, here's my thoughts on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want to go first, Jeremy, or do you want me to?
No, go ahead, sister.
Okay. Jerusalem was referred to as Babylon scripture, and we know that was destroyed. Okay. But also many things repeat itself. And Babylon pretty much has encompassed the entire world, and we know this earth is going to be destroyed to make way for the new heaven and the new earth that will come down from heaven, and so, it's the wicked that will be removed and the righteous that will remain. And so we just need to, as much as possible, pull out of the Babylon system. I don't think it's just, a digital ID or a QR code or whatever. It's the system, and it's our agreement with it. And we see more and more the remnant coming out and doing what we can. But just in today's chat, we've learned how we've made agreements with so much of what's in Babylon, just even by accepting apps on our phone. We enter into agreements with that system. So as we become knowledgeable, we can start pulling away from that and being sure that we are sealed with the mark of the Most High, which is following his laws and commandments. We've done studies on that before. But the original Babylons, there was the Babylon, in the Middle East, and then there was Jerusalem. Those have both been destroyed. And I think there's going to be one more final destruction of Babylon. I don't think it's any one country like America. America is pretty wicked, but as far as the great whore in the Bible, it says, there's the great harlot, and then she has many daughters. So who are all those daughters? I don't think it's just America, but America is definitely part of it.
I do agree.
There's some influencers in the Torah movement that are teaching people to flee America. And I've seen people online greatly distressed, like single women with no money, saying, how do I get out of America? I don't have any money and I don't know where to go. And, I don't think that's the answer. I think that's a false teacher. Because wherever we go in this realm, Babylon has touched and has encompassed. Unless you want to live on that one island where all those natives are that kill people. I mean, Babylon swallowed up the entire realm. That's why it's going to be burnt with fire and destroyed. And keep in mind, saints, that we are going through that fire now. So that fire that's going to continue to burn up this world, will we be burned up with it? I think we are already being burned and cleansed by that fire. Fire is a cleansing.
Yeah.
And why did those three Hebrew guys, Meshach, what were their names? The guys in Daniel's time. Okay, they were thrown into the furnace.
Meshach, and Abednego.
Thank you. Thank you. I was reading their Hebrew names earlier and it kind of confused me. But they were not even touched or singed by the fire. Why? Because the fire of the Ruach HaKodesh was already in them. So that's where we have to be. I had a vision about a week ago about walking into the fire. We've seen the wicked ones torch many towns and cities like Lahaina in Northern California, and Greece has been burning. And I've been concerned about, wow, what if they torch our little town or our neighborhood, and I've been looking at escape routes and, all that kind of stuff. But anyways, I think, okay, what if the fire is, what if they're already torching us and we're entrapped and surrounded by it, which some have been caught in. And I had this vision of walking right into the fire and walking through it and not even being singed. And I thought, what am I being fearful about? Why am I being scared? I mean, the worst it can do is kill the body. And we'll just, be able to take a break from this wicked world. But I don't know. In my vision, I walked right through it. I walked right into that fire with my hands up, praising God, and walked right through it. It was the hottest thing. But I think that vision was to tell me, hey, don't be fearful about what the physical can do to you, because you're already being burned up. That dross is being burned out of us. So don't be afraid, saints.
Those trials through fire, it's going to refine us.
And I think many of us here can say that they have been through trial by fire and perhaps still going through it.
Yes, for sure. And, I'm definitely going through it, and I know many others as well. But yeah, I agree what you said there, and we also have to remember there's nothing new under the sun. So Satan's going to use these same tactics even in the season. And technically, Babylon did fall, and he's trying to bring it all back, even though it's not going to come back. But we see basically everything around us. So we live in these Babylonian-style cities. We have these Roman-style governments, and there's obelisks and pyramids everywhere. So we're in this mystery Babylon society and this mystery Babylon system that runs everything, and it's a combination of all those things put together.
If we think, if we think about the smart cities they're trying to build, that they're going to be like utopia, are they once again trying to copy, the kingdom, the beloved city in the kingdom? They will fail.
Satan will not succeed. Absolutely.
Honestly, I think they're trying to copy the Millennium Kingdom, the Millennium Reign. Instead of using frequencies that harmonize us and give us strength and everything and complete well-being, they're using harmonies and frequencies to destroy us. With these smart cities, and if you think about the structures that were around during the Millennium Kingdom, I think they're just trying to build their version of a Millennium Kingdom, but one that destroys rather than breeds well-being. It's the same blueprint, but done in a different way.
Yeah, exactly. He still uses that same original tactic, the father of the lie, did Yahuah really say? Or the thing, how everything basically points right back to Babylon, that Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, it's the same system that he tries to use because it worked in the past to deceive everybody. So he tries to use it again. That's my thoughts about it as well. And like I always say, I don't think it should be a point of contention, and it's not something we should, beat each other up over. It's because, regardless of whether we're pre or post millennial, we still have the same goals. We're still to obey that same Torah. And either way, we will have a shot at eternal life in the new kingdom, that renewed heaven and earth. So, we all have the same goals. We're all on that same path. But really, especially these most recent connections that we're seeing with the North and the importance of the North, it's solidifying it for me even more so that we are in that time of deception. And that's just me personally, I'm sure it is for others, and maybe it's not for others, but just for me, that's what it's showing to me anyway. Yeah, no problem, sister. And hey, Shabbat Shalom, Lachlan. Glad you can make it, brother. So yeah, man, chat is blowing up.
Lachlan always has a lot to share. You got anything on your mind today, Lachlan? I know you're chomping at the bit.
Sorry, yeah, I was meant to get in here earlier, and yeah.
Yeah, we'd love to hear what you know these days, or what you're thinking.
Just listening for a bit.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. And yeah,
His Facebook is filled with some awesome stuff. I shared it here under his tab, but he did the 23-part thing on the straw man, and then there's extra posts after that, but I didn't share the extra posts yet.
Yeah, no, very good work there, brother, for sure. We even have a special tab for you here in our group.
Thank you.
And yeah, Shabbat Shalom to all the new members as well that are just joining. And
it's awesome.
We're glad to have you here. Part of the family. No. well, I don't want to say too much, but Sister Marissa is onto something pretty big, game changing. I don't know if you want to talk about that at all, sister, or if you're not ready, no worries.
I'd like to be able to have visuals for people so that they could really understand it.
Awesome. Yeah, no problem.
Can you just give us an idea of what it?
Yeah, like a hint. Now we're all in suspense.
I don't like suspense. Come on.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, sister.
Oh, hold on.
I think it's very important, and
Okay. So me and Natalie have been looking into the equinox around the world to try to understand the different time zones and the dates for people on the Gregorian calendar. And so the first time that I ever heard about this type of concept was from Nick Vanderland, and he has two calendars, like one beginning on one day, one beginning on the following date, for the biblical year. And so his opinion is that we should go by where we are, essentially, like our location. And so I've thought about that a lot. And so the north is significant in that it gives us that one piece from Enoch 72:5, the sun traverses to the north. So meaning that the sun traverses northward in the solar analemma in its course of the year. And so it traverses northward in the north, and on the same day, it also returns to the east. And so that's when the sun hits that 90 degrees east and sets 270 degrees west. And so that's our equinox day. And so in looking at when that occurs in the north and matching it up to some data that Natalie had and on her location and some that I had for Jerusalem, in the Middle East, Jerusalem, it actually coincided to match our data for the Midwest here in the US. And so, not that I'm like, oh, it's got to be there. I don't care where it is. It could have matched Jerusalem for all I care. But it did match the Midwest, and I found that really cool and relevant. And I'm like, okay, so now we can identify the 364th day in the north, and thus the divider day or head of days or OT, whatever you want to call it, the equinox day for us here. So then so if the sun, assuming we're all on the same biblical cosmology opinion, if the sun on a flat earth rotates around, hovering above the earth and goes in a full 360-degree circle, then it has to have a starting point. And so and then it's also like, okay, well, so it takes the sun, X amount of time to get to this next location, if you will. And so what is the date there? And I don't know. So we thought about that a lot. And so we were looking at a few dates, and we looked at the dates for the equinox in Australia, and just considering some of the people in our group, and like all wanting to be on the same page, and then kind of just seeing, well, what is this going to reveal to us, And so what actually was revealed to us is for the one side of Australia where we were looking, all of the equinox dates literally landed the next Gregorian date after ours. So like, say, for example, the equinox fell on March 20th in the Midwest. out in Australia, it would be March 21st. And so when I realized that, and it matched all 11 years that I have in that slide for the cycle of years, so it matched it where it was always the next day from us on the Gregorian date. But is it really the next day? No, it's not really the next day. We're talking about the same solar day, but it's two different Gregorian dates because I don't know. It's the Gregorian calendar is the facade, right? So what we're seeking is really like when that solar day occurs for everybody. So we will all witness that straight line at the same time as each other, but it doesn't mean that the Gregorian date will be the same. It could be, a day off from each other. So I think Nick Vanderland was right with that. He had his calendars printed out for two different Gregorian start dates. And I noticed that after Natalie and I put this together, she had made a summary of the feast days on the Gregorian calendar for next year, but she put two different dates just in case anybody is on the opposite side of the world, where over here our biblical New Year is going to be March 21st, but over there in Australia it'll be March 22nd, but it's the same solar day. So I'll give another example. We started our fellowship today at 1 p.m. Central Time in the Midwest. But for Jermaine, it was 5 a.m. Same sun, but the sun was about to rise there. I don't know what time sunrise is there. Same sun, same solar day. But then like for Ken, it's late at night, like in the evenings, like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, whatever it is. Same solar day. So we should all be on the same Sabbath day per the solar day, but our Gregorian dates could be one day off from each other. And so, yeah.
No, that makes a whole
Well,
lot of sense because
yeah, the wheels are turning now in anticipation of your presentation.
Yeah. I don't know if Ken's in here. No,
yeah,
he's not.
He was.
I'm here.
Oh yeah. Okay. So Ken,
Yeah.
your location's super perplexing because you're right on that Greenwich line, aren't you?
Yeah, Greenwich Greenwich line. Yeah, I'm
Greenwich,
sure
Greenwich.
Greenwich is the way we pronounce it. I think it could be a bit of a red herring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Personally,
is. It is.
but
I'm still perplexed on it, Ken. I was looking at yours and I'm like, oh man, like it just wasn't. And like you guys do daylight savings time at a different, like you guys do it the last Sunday in March, where we do it like the second Sunday in March here. And then the equinox is like the third week of March.
it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're right.
Anything to mess things up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. We should be considering the solar effect, the solar day, rather than the Gregorian day.
Yeah. What time is it there, Ken?
Currently, it's 9:25 p.m.
Okay, so you're 6 hours ahead of me. And then I'm like trying to do math. I think Jermaine is like 8 hours behind it, like time wise.
Yeah, I think she could be 11 or 12 hours ahead of me.
Yeah. Yeah, so like oddly enough in Australia it'll be like the day later, but I don't think that that's right when considering the solar day because she'll see the straight line the same day as us. But her date will just be different on the Gregorian calendar. So I'm trying to think about like, well, okay, so where does the sun start and where does it end when you're considering it moving above the earth? You know, what is the complete solar day there? And so, yeah, I'm Natalie and I are working on that and trying to put it together because I mean, it's not it's not crazy to believe that this Gregorian calendar is created as or has been created as a facade for us to confuse us because like how powerful would that be if we were all gathering together and worshiping Yah on the same day no matter where we are on earth?
That
Absolutely.
would be the ideal thing, and that's for sure.
It makes so much sense because it would be that same solar day for every single one of us, no matter where we are, whether it's
Yeah.
in the morning, afternoon, or the evening. And we will still be on that same solar Sabbath day, all observing the same day together, you know? It's
Yeah.
really mind-blowing. It's awesome.
Okay, I have a question, and it's not really calendar, but it is. Okay, so, and I know that a lot of us believe that it's Satan's little season and all that, but when he returns, when I know he does, the day and the hour, it would have to be the same day for everyone. That kind of nails
Right.
down a specific window. So if it's on a Sabbath, then we would, figure out what's the latest that it would end for one part and begin for the other, and some of us will be smack dab in the middle. That would really kind of help nail down a time frame.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a good point, actually. I didn't even think about that. The day or the hour. So it's going to be a day. We know the
Right.
days are governed by the sun. So it would be that same day for us all. Wow.
Yeah, so Ken, is it November 23rd there?
Yep, we're November 23rd, turning into November 24th in, well, if you count midnight as the middle of the day. I mean, middle of the
Right.
night. It's a funny thing again, isn't it? When does the day begin? Well, to us, it should start at sunrise, shouldn't it, really? So our sunrises are all going to be timed at a different period.
Yeah.
But we should be able to experience the sun, all of us, on the same day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what you're looking into, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone experiencing the sun on the same day.
Yeah. It just might, I think for Jermaine it's like the 24th now. So I'm sure it's like that, I hate to keep using Jermaine as an example. I'll just use Lachlan. For Lachlan, it's the 24th now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what the date actually says. It's like the same sun, you know? It's about the solar day, not the Gregorian date.
Have you considered, Marissa, that obviously there's a lot of talk about some missing land and some missing time in the date line or gate line or whatever? Do you think the gate line could be the start of the day, just as a sort of throwing it out there?
Well, I have a couple thoughts on that. Um, First thought is Nick Vanderland could be right in that international date line moves because of that 0.24. And maybe I don't know, like the starting point like shifts or whatever. Um, I don't know. I kind of have to take that and set it aside in the research that I'm currently doing. Um, and just kind of look at it as like fixed locations before I can wrap my head around like a moving location. Um, Second thought is it's interesting about the Midwest because all those like the Mercator, no, not the Mercator, but all those maps where it shows the north and everything, like the old maps, they have this like striped line coming out from it off to the side, and it looks like it's going right down the Midwest of the US. And so I don't know if anyone has one of them pictures handy. Let's see, I might have one on my phone.
Yeah, well, real quick while you look for that,
Yeah,
yeah,
there it
it's,
is.
oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, Jeremy. Say what you're gonna say.
Oh, no, like, I was gonna say the whole time you were explaining it to me the other day, I was just like, my mind was blown the whole time, and I was seeing it, and it's
Yeah.
just like, wow, it makes so much sense, you know?
Yeah. So if you see that dotted line there, what's interesting about that specifically is um I got a funny about that too to share with you guys. Um in that Lost History of the Flat Earth, it's showing it shows like the conductors on buildings, and they're always striped like that. Look, I got a couple pictures that I took on my, here, I'll send those. So, like they're talking about they're talking about how the buildings were themselves were conductors, and there's something with these red and white colors. I'll
Yeah,
botch it
that
if I
designated power.
yeah. Yeah, so that, and then so if you look at that map above, you can see that line going out from the north. And then if you look at that and zoom in a little bit, you'll see the line, it goes all the way to the edge there, and then look at the red and white dotted all the way around the map. And so I don't know, like to me, I'm like, is this like an energy field? So I know some of this is like a little bit of speculation, but um these are my thoughts on it. So then also I wanted to show you guys this. Okay.
I love that series.
Yeah, me too. I want to watch it again. Um, so then this picture is showing the declination lines of the Earth's magnetic field. Okay, and so if you look at that green line, that's the zero declination, and it's going right through the Midwest. So it's literally like that line would go like, I don't know, 20 minutes from me, because I looked up, what my declination is. So like the further away from this green line, you'll have a different number, if you will, from the magnetic declination or whatever. And then it says at the bottom, the green circle is the location of the magnetic North Pole. And so I think I don't have enough of the picture above it, but that green line starts all the way at the top. It goes around the North Pole. So I don't know if that's why here those dates for the equinox lined up so well with what the sun is doing in the north, how it traverses to the north. We can confirm like that's the same date that the equinox happens here. And so I don't know, does this mean this is the starting line? I don't know. So that's kind of what I'm looking into right now, but I am noticing some differences here. I don't know if like where Ken is on the Greenwich line, that's what the world says is the international date line. That's where I would say the sun starts from according to the world. I don't know if that's true though. So I don't know if Ken is at the beginning or Ken is at the end, or maybe.
No, I'm absolutely sure, Marissa, that was the way that when they would be navigating and plotting the world back in the 1700s, they needed a start point, and that's where the Greenwich is right next to the all the palaces, Buckingham Palace, kings, queens, and all that sort of thing. I just think they use that as a center time to center themselves, to say to them, this is where where it all begins. It's a bit of ownership. Do you know what I mean? Ownership of time rather than the exact time.
Yeah. So it's like trying to decipher between that, what the world says, and then like, what is the sun actually doing? And so I
I just
feel,
sent you something.
okay. I feel like looking into this about the solar day and trying to reckon the hours and like which from what spot to what spot encompasses that whole solar day. I think it's really important and really relevant and would get everybody on the same page. And this is a good way of doing it by, figuring out what that equinox day is in locations. But when I looked at Ken's confused me. So now, like, that's 4 locations. Oh, I did look at Jerusalem. I got to look at that one again though. But so that's 4 locations: the North, the Midwest, Australia, and then Ken. And the 3 besides Ken, all these dates coincided. So you'd have the North, and then the Midwest was the same date, and then Australia is the day after, and it all went in that same pattern for 11 years. But then when I got to Ken's location, it did not make the same pattern. And so I don't know why that is. I don't know if like that daylight savings time has something to do with it or whatever, but that's kind of where I stopped in my research about it because it perplexed me so much. So I might have to just maybe move on from Ken's location, like look at, Jerusalem in the Middle East, or somewhere a little bit further away from the Greenwich line to like factually determine that. But I would say it's safe to say that we're all should be celebrating Shabbat on the same solar date. It's just, like I was explaining, like today it was 1 o'clock for me. It was 5 a.m. for Jermaine, but it was 7 o'clock for Ken. But we're all on the same date, or like solar day, if you will.
Yeah. Really mind blowing, truly.
Yeah, I wanted to add some stuff that I was reading, but I don't know how to like. Oh, hold my thumb down and go to a different page on my phone.
You should be able to like just tap the microphone there and it'll unmute it. That way you don't have to like hold it down to talk or anything.
Oh, Lachlan, thank you for sending me this. I love that. Yeah, awesome.
Oh, you're welcome. I just thought, yeah, it might have some good points.
Yeah, no, we are all excited to see Marissa's slides.
I have a feeling that we are going to eventually come to the truth of this of all of this. There's a lot of people working on it, and I don't think this has happened on this scale throughout history, or throughout our history anyway.
Yeah, and not to mention how they lie about our history, everything else really.
Marissa, wouldn't it
Yeah.
be best viewed from the North Pole, the sun, where it actually breaks the horizon 50-50? Is that when the spring equinox happens?
So that's the 364th day in the north. So it's the last day of the year, which is really interesting too when you think about like Enoch saying 9 parts and 9 parts like that. So it's half up, half down, and traverses around, from east to south to west to north. It traverses around. And then the next day, the sun is entirely above the horizon. And so it has now traversed northward, and that is the equinox day.
And is there any way of viewing that the sun when it actually breaks from being more than half and half?
Oh, like the exact time?
Yeah.
There is like if I were to just like kind of speed up like the minutes on it, I looked at it when the sun was directly in the east and determined the day from that. So like on Stellarium, when I looked at it, it would be half up, half down. Say I have it toggled right on the east in that spot, and then I just flip the date. And then the next day, the sun's all the way up above the horizon at the east. So I use the east as like the determining point of what the sun was doing for that day.
Does the stellarium give a view from the North Pole?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And that's how you can see the sun going around and around the horizon. And that, that had me really perplexed when I started looking at that. And that was funny because, so um I was at the time I was trying to figure out the leap year, and I was looking at for here and then for Middle East Jerusalem and whatever, and it was just not adding up. And I had some people in my ear saying, well, we should all agree on a center point because in the millennial kingdom we'd have to go there for the feasts. And I'm like, okay, well, and I wasn't thinking the way that I'm thinking now. So I'm like, well, that's a good point. And then I brought that up to Natalie, and I said to her, well, don't you think what's going on in Jerusalem has the significance? She's like, actually, I don't. I think the North has significance. I'm like, oh, wow, that was one way to think outside the box. And so I'm like, I wonder when the equinox is in the north. And so I had no idea what we were about to stumble on of how the sun moves in the north. And so you're no longer looking for it to be at that 90-degree line, if you will. You're looking like you're no longer looking at the vertical line on the map where the sun comes up like that. You're looking at the horizontal line. So for 6 months out of the year, the sun is below the horizon line in the north. And then for 6 months out of the year, it's above the horizon line in the north. And there is one day where it will be on the line, like half up, half down. But on the leap years, there's 2 days that it's on the line, half up, half down. And so that's how you can identify the leap year. But so then, we figured that out. Like I looked at that half up, half down day, and it was the day before the equinox on Natalie's chart for the Midwest. And I'm like, wow, that is so cool. So that meant the first day that the sun was completely above the horizon is the equinox day as we see it. And that night, I was really bewildered by this, but that night I was laying in bed and I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I'm like, how does it do that? I'm like, how does it actually do that? How can it be below the horizon? And so I'm like, well, okay, like I guess I could kind of see that on a globe Earth model if the sun's below the ball of the Earth, or I'm sitting here trying to reason it just with everything I've learned in my life, and then I thought, well, unless it's a really, really, really high mountain that goes higher than the sun does. And I'm
Wow.
like, yeah. And I'm like, in my head, I kept thinking of the 7 high mountains. I'm like, I know there's high mountains. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll go look. And so I get up and I grab my phone again and I'm looking through scripture for the mountains. And that's when I stumbled on Enoch 24 and 25, talking about the 7 high mountains in the midst of the earth, and the seventh one is in the middle and is the highest of all of them. And so, yeah, that was like a real, like, mind-blowing moment, if you will. And then all the scriptures about Mount Zion, and I'm like, oh, wow. So I don't know. I would say it's this, guys. That can only be possible if the earth is a globe, which we know it's not, or if there's a mountain in the center.
Exactly. And
So,
when you were speaking about how the sun is half up and half down on a day, like when viewed from the north, it reminded me of that verse in Enoch, when the day is equal with the night and the year is complete in 364. Was that the
yeah,
equal light and dark that he was speaking about? Because he's
right,
taking a boom.
right. I'm like, like maybe, yeah, nine parts day, 9 parts night. Well, like Enoch talks about the moon in parts too. She's got 14 parts this and 7 parts that. So what about the parts of the sun? 9 parts and 9 parts. So half illuminate. You know what I mean? Like half covered, half uncovered. I don't know. Like it could
Yeah.
definitely be that.
That's just exactly what came to my mind when you were speaking about that. And I was just like,
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that could definitely be it. Um, but yeah.
Is this the time now that we realise there's 364 degrees in the circle and not 360?
yeah. Because when you go through the north to come back, that's where you get that extra 4 degrees, 4 extra days.
I'm just checking chat. Yeah, Faith. That's true.
Yeah, the trees being higher than the sun even, which the sun isn't, 90 gazillion miles away from us. It's right there. Yeah. That very tall mountain, that high mountain in the north that resembles the throne, I should say.
Yeah.
Really amazing, truly.
But would that be why, like if you go to like northern parts of Alaska and even Canada, where this mountain would be located, if it's in the center, you would actually be able to see this from a great distance, why it's so heavily military protected, so that I think it's visually away from people's sight at the time, but when it's not, you would actually be able to see this thing from a very great distance, which would be like, what's that? People like would be questioning a lot, which is why a lot of people don't have access to it.
That's exactly why, they don't allow boat routes or plane routes or anything around these areas at all. And, we read, what was it, 2 Ezras, that the city itself will be hidden and invisible during that time as well. So yeah, if it wasn't, a whole lot of people would definitely be able to see it and be questioning that.
I believe that's like talking of the heavenly, personally, like the city. Yeah, I watched some of that Land of Jesus one, but it didn't really stick with me.
Hey, Sarah, your mic is on.
Yeah. Thank you, sister. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, no, actually, there's a lot of old maps that show, that land that's missing there. I think that's why, Trump is all worried about Greenland and things like that right now. And there's that whole, 3 hours or 3 time zones missing. And, there's a lot of things that just don't quite add up there. And I believe because, they lie about our maps, first of all. And we could tell because, in the north, there's nothing there. When in actuality, there really is something there. And, it's not quite what it seems. And we looked a lot into the moon map, the moon being a reflection of our realm here on Earth. And I wonder how this all would stack up on that, What if it makes it all make more sense? Or if it doesn't? Just very interesting to me, I want to do all these things to test them out.
For sure.
Yeah, Cheyenne. Australia would be after us on that same solar day, technically. Versus, how they reverse it, but they're saying, oh, well, they're first, actually. And we know Satan to reverse things. Yeah, I think it's a big find, very important. And, all praise to the Most High, truly. Especially for showing you these things.
I just gotta figure out some other like locations to look at too. I mean, it could just very well be that because like Ken's ahead of us time wise, like it being later there and it's like afternoon here and it's morning for her. So that could just be it, Ken's the leader, apparently. And then me and then Jermaine.
Yeah, you're in a leadership position there now, Ken. Careful.
Yeah.
Stand down immediately.
Speaking of that, how's that boat going to the north there? Didn't you sign up for something like that, brother?
Yeah,
Like
I've heard absolutely nothing from that. Bit of a shame, really. I asked what type of boat it was, etc., etc. I got no answer back, so I'm not going to push it. If it comes my way, it comes my way. If it doesn't, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, no. Leave it all up to Yahuah. And, if you did have a chance to go, that would be really amazing, honestly. Yeah. Start the pegboard before the U.S. Yeah, no, it's, it makes a whole lot of sense, honestly. And I agree with what you said there, Sister Jermaine. What was it? They stuffed up the time to keep people out of the covenant of Sabbaths and festivals. And that's exactly what it is. They muddy the water. They make it so we're not observing it on his day, and we're all observing it on different days when we should be doing it the same day, you know? And that's why that location-based equinox really counts, because we would all be on that same solar technically, but the Gregorian date is what, you know, muddies everything up, basically. So yeah, no, it's a really big find, really awesome find. You know, all
Yeah.
it's why we all need each other for sure. And, I believe that that's the blessings he's given you there as well, Sister Marissa. You know, these trials through fire, you know, they happen for a reason. It's because, you know, Satan knows the information that you're about to receive and give out, and he wants to put a stop to all of it. So, you know, same for everybody, you know, going through these trials and tribulations, because, you know, the enemy to stifle our calling and what Yahuah has planned for us to do, you know. Yeah, no, I agree, Marissa. You know, so many beautiful people in this Shabbat meeting right now, and it truly is a blessing. And yeah, who's got a shofar? Feel free.
I think my dad and brother are still sleeping. Be a good way to wake them up. My brother's dog does not like my shofar.
I'll have to go grab mine. See if I can give a couple shofar blasts there. Sister Jennifer, you can do a pretty good shofar blast there. I don't know if you're able to. It'd be great to hear. Oh, look at that, Cheyenne tagged her. Some poor man meat tacos there, Sister Sumi. Awesome, looks good.
Awesome.
Praise Yahuwah. Awesome. Thank you.
Hallelujah.
So, Marissa, we know where north is, don't we? And we know where south is. Isn't the question that we're trying to find out here is, we know that the sun rises in the east, but it's trying to find out where the east is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and that's the
remember,
thing. Oh, go ahead, sister.
sorry, I remember on one of the Ezekiel Key videos back when you guys were just starting to watch them, they said that Australia was in the west quarter. And if we're last, hang on, east and west are opposite, right?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so my mind isn't working right with that. Yeah. So apparently we're in the west, so east would be opposite of us?
Yes. I believe so, yeah, because yeah, it would be opposite because there would have to be north and south in between that, depending on where it's at as well. But yeah.
Which is confusing because if we're in the west quarter and if we're last, then the beginning would start after us, but east wouldn't be next to west. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense in my head.
Are you able to explain that a little bit better? There's Callan blowing the shofar. Do it again.
Nice, Callum. Hey, Callum.
You hear it? They said nice. Good job. Praise you.
So thinking of looking down on a big pie that's cut into 4 quarters. If Australia is apparently in the west and we're last, but if east is on the opposite side of west, then it doesn't make sense if east is after, like the start is after us, which would then make the east quarter be a neighbor to us. So do you know what I'm trying to say? It's confusing. It doesn't make sense to me because there's 2 different thought patterns going on.
Yeah.
I think you're cutting your pie into 4 quarters. If you cut your pie into half, does that make it easier?
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Right.
We've got the north, we've got the south. It's just the east and the west that we need to sort out.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we've got half a pie each, not quarter. Yay!
Yeah.
So,
My husband was just saying that it's more about like when we say like the sun rises in the east, it's the direction of the circle of the sun's like daily circuit, it going around and around. So it rises in the east for us. So I don't think it's really about like which place on earth is east. It's more about where does the sun start its daily circuit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because like east it's like subjective depending on where you are. It's kind of like if I said like, okay, I'm staring at the window in my bedroom, and to my right is the lamp, and to my left is the closet. But then if I turned around and I looked at the wall, now to the left is my lamp, and to the right is my closet. So it's just like subjective based on where you're standing, where your viewpoint is, where's the east and where's the west.
I think east
But
and west
if,
may not be fixed.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
what did you say, Lachlan?
I was just thinking like the east and the west may not be like fixed cardinal markers, but motion-based paths sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm describing. It's like relative to where you are. So it's not that like um my location would particularly be east, but my location could be east relative to somebody else's location.
Mm.
Yeah.
But if you were standing
Wasn't
north, if you were standing on the North Pole, then you would know surely where east would be where the sun would break break to become 50-50, if you know what I mean. Half above and half below.
But
wasn't east determined when in the wilderness with the tabernacle, and also in Jerusalem at the temple?
Yeah. There's that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, like where the sun is rising. So the sun rises. I don't like the word rising. It comes into view. But yeah, it comes
Well,
into
it's
view in
used,
the east.
the word rising is used in scripture multiple times. And the eastern gate of the temple in Jerusalem. That's why I think I wonder, isn't maybe Jerusalem should be the starting point?
Well, that's what we're seeing, that sure it may be like the eastern part because, Adam and Eve were banished east of the garden, so that could be that land they were banished to.
Yeah,
But, we
yeah,
see also, depending on our location as well, so we can have that same solar day. It's
Yeah,
that
like
same rising and setting of the sun. Oh, go ahead, brother.
I'm just looking at Enoch at the moment. So you've got 6 different gates just for the east, and then you've got 6 gates just for the west.
Yeah, and the 12 windows as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's 6 gates. I think isn't it 3 gates each way? So it goes into
No, Enoch 72, 3 to 4 says the sun rises through the 6 gates which are on the east, and it sets through the 6 gates which are on the west. These 6 gates run from gate 1, extreme northeast, first gate at the north, summer solstice, northeast, mideast, northeast, mideast, north, southeast, southeast, extreme southeast. Last gate at the winter solstice. The sun shifts 1 small step per day through these gates as the seasons change. This is why east is a band, not a single dot. Yeah, I'm just doing a little study on it.
aren't only 6 gates used though, Lachlan?
Yeah, I think the six.
So
Yeah,
month 1 would be gate 4. Month 2 would be gate 5. Month 3 would be gate 6. Month 4 would be gate 6. Month 5 would be go back to gate, where am I? 5. And month 6 would be gate 4. And then you go into, it crosses again
Yeah.
over, do you know what I mean? It is 12 gates. There's 12 months, but I believe
Yeah,
that
only
6
6 that are used by the sun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think that.
interesting looking into all this.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, Bobby, you make a good point there. If you're standing on the true North Pole, there is no east or west because east and west will be relative to the north. So every direction you look would be south.
Mm.
That's kind of true. And yeah, Sister Jamie, yeah, no worries. So if she was in Texas, would she be closer to that gate? And I don't know if you know that, Sister Marissa. I think that's a question for you.
Closer to the gate. Like that declination line, then yeah, because it goes right down the Midwest. But I don't know what she means by gate.
Was it that I can't say it. Declination.
Declination.
Declination. Sorry. Here, I'll reply to it here. Because I mean, it does look like it's like right next to Texas.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I don't know if that little like jut out at the bottom is Texas or if that's a different state.
Well, that's like central Mexico, or not central Mexico, but it's down there below Mexico. I know that.
Yeah, like it's pretty close.
Yeah, it looks like it goes
Um,
through like Louisiana directly.
yeah, and I know that Texas saw the same equinox as us because of our friend Robert. He saw the 19th as the equinox this year.
And that would explain these discrepancies we see all across the earth as well.
Yeah,
Because depending where we're at, it would have to be that same solar day. Wow.
right. Which like then it I don't know, it just I feel like I'm gonna have to look at a location for every time zone, honestly, to really like wrap my head around it fully. Um, because then I'm like, why does she always get the 20th? Or
What are you trying to find? Sorry, Marissa. I'm just I think I got in here too late.
the the equinox. So like the day the sun makes that
Yeah,
straight line shadow.
yeah. And where it is, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's like depending on your location, what date that occurs on. Um,
Mm.
and so I'm thinking about like the various people who have looked at this and tracked it. And I know for the Midwest here, we got the 19th. So Iowa, Missouri, and Texas all got the 19th. But then I do know some Aaron Ryan in Utah got the 20th, but she says it's always the 20th. So I don't know how that could be possible when there's a leap year thrown in there. Um, so I just kind of doubt her data a bit.
Yeah. Because I think it was Faith Child, his channel on YouTube. You know, every equinox he does I guess it's like a tracking party, and anybody is free to send in their data. And he basically compiles a list of, when people had tracked the equinox. And this last year, there was all kinds of discrepancies, either the 19th or the 20th. And I think what Marissa found here can explain that exactly. Like, why are there these discrepancies? Well, we can see why.
Yeah. And then I'm also noticing that the straight line shadow will occur on the day that the sun is on the equator during solar noon. And so like solar noon, now we're talking time zones too, like uh for that solar noon. So here it was on the equator before solar noon on the 19th, but it was off of it before solar noon on the 20th. And so when I tracked it on the 20th, my dots were looking pretty straight until it got towards solar noon. And then there was the slightest curve in it. And like when I say slightest, like you can visually see that there's a curve in the dots just in that like midpoint of the day. And then it went back to, um, I guess looking almost straight. But that's really the telltale is those solar noon dots. Whereas like people will say, well, you really got to get the beginning and the ending of the day. I think that's relevant too, but it's more important to stress that those midday dots compared to the beginning and ending of the day.
Yeah. And so Sister Kim, yeah, when So when you track these things, yeah, it's going to all be dependent on your longitude and latitude as well as your, you know, what do they call it? Altitude. So it's best to check those up. And what you want to do is, have your, however you're tracking it, make sure it's level with that level. And then wherever you're pointing, make sure it's pointing always that same spot directed at like North Star, basically, because that's going to be the true north, right there where the man, right there where Polaris is.
So how do we track the sun going into the fourth gate?
Actually, you can kind of see it, at least where I was, I can see it because where the sun is rising and setting, it'll slowly, like, you'll see it, like, especially now here in the north, we're in winter, whereas down there you're in the summer. The sun is, its position is in closer relation to you than it is to us at the moment. But when as
Yeah,
it's
I
doing
think
that, you can, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't think it's matters where in the world you witness, like from Jerusalem, America, or wherever, as long as you're in gate 4 and witnessing that equinox. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, and the stars, they do have a role to play in that as well, and they'll help determine that position, as well as the moon. So it's all these witnesses combined that we can make that determination as well. And it'll also show, those same gates, because the sun and the moon will rise and set opposite each other, and it'll be right when it's on one of those gates. Like, it doesn't matter what phase of the moon, it'll just do that at each of these gates. And it's really fascinating, honestly. I took a video of that exact thing that, earlier this year, at the beginning of this year. And, as the sun was coming up, moon was going down, like at the exact same time. And you could see it right there in the center of the
So
sky.
cool.
Yeah, it was awesome, truly.
I've been like sort of avoiding looking into astronomy because of so much astrology stuff, and yeah, it's nice to have come across the Zodiac calendar.
Yeah. And see, that was Satan's whole plan as well, label, the Mazzaroth, oh, it's astronomy, it's going to predict horoscopes and things like that. Well, that's not what its intent was for. So that's their plan to make
Astrology.
it. Yeah. So they planned it that way so people are afraid to look into it because they think like, oh, now I'm getting into, this witchcraft and things like that with stars.
Yeah.
But,
Well, and
Yahuwah
so
is the
many
one that
people
put
use it for astrology and not astronomy,
Yeah, exactly. And there is definitely a difference. Like, if you're
Yeah.
using them to predict whatever situation for witchcraft purposes, that's not the intent they were there for.
Yeah, well, there's
Yahuwah put them
black
there.
and white magic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Back to the different wing, but the same dragon that it all connects to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's that's what they do. They hide the truth in plain sight, make people afraid to look into it. But Yahuwah is the one that put these luminaries up there. And in the book of Enoch and Jubilees, it tells us, these luminaries are going to determine these things. And we read the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we see that they are using the same luminaries. And I know there's a lot of people that try to say, oh, well, there's a fake sun and fake stars and things like that. What my thoughts about that is,
Yeah, I've
the
dealt with that.
luminaries, yeah, they're heavenly objects. Satan has no power over
Yeah,
anything in the heavens.
that's
And,
a
you know,
bit.
a few times in the book of Enoch, it even mentions, you know, these things are going to last forever. You know, you will see these things forever until the day of judgment, until the sun, moon, and stars' purpose is renewed for peace.
Yeah, exactly.
So to
Yeah,
say
there's
like, oh,
literally scripture saying it's gonna be there forever, or like, and
yeah,
then,
yeah,
yeah, I'm the same. I got into debate with Dustin about it, and I'm literally,
yeah. We've been into many debates with him about things, but yeah, with that, we just have to agree to disagree with him. So,
yeah,
but yeah, you know, I see that a lot as well. You know, too many people saying, well, there's a fake sun and things like that. Well, I'm not saying that they don't have this kind of technology and they don't do that, but you know, Satan has no power over the heavenly luminaries that he put there forever. And you know, no matter how hard Satan tries, he's not going to tamper with what Yahuah has established, you know. Man, we got all kinds of chat going on here, huh? in the discussion chat. Yeah, all praise to the Most High, you know. The children, you know, they're the most important. You know, I raise my son the same way, you know, raise him up in the way. Because I wasn't raised in the way. You know, many of us I know weren't raised in the way. So, you know, they've already got a head start in that aspect. All praise to the Most High. And yeah, what a blessing, truly. Yeah, Sumi definitely had her hands full there. But you know, children, they're like quiver or arrows for our quiver. You know, we sharpen them, they will be sharper than us, and then they can teach the next generation after that to be even sharper. And you know, even though time is short right now, we definitely know that. And you know, we could see these signs. I don't know if you guys saw the post actually Sister Rachel shared, but about the what's it called? That chart reading, and it had when they were measuring these readings, it made the menorah right there in it. You know, that's a huge sign from Yahuwah right there. You know, no matter what it is, no matter how you look at it, you know, the menorah is right there in that, you know, I think it's a seismic activity or energy energy activity, maybe similar to, you know, what Marissa said there about those magnetic those magnetic things. I can't talk today, sorry. Yeah, yeah, Schumann resonance. That's it. Thank you, sister. Oh boy, Sumi. Yeah, that Schumann resonance, it's, you know, it made the menorah right in that reading. And that's pretty astounding to me. Like that's definitely a sign from Yahuwah. You know, something is coming, something big. We could see it in the signs of the times. Yeah, absolutely. You know, all praise to the Most High. All of us were brought out of our different backgrounds, you know, whether it was in the church, whether it was in the world, things like that, you know. We are a peculiar people, and he wants us all to come together because we do all need each other for that very reason. And, you know, the more we're able to come together and seek out his truth, the more we're able to share his truth and hopefully reach others that'll be able to also share his truth and, you know, find out even more information. Yeah, all praise to the Most High Yahuwah. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I always look forward to our fellowships every Sabbath. You know, it's so amazing and just come together. You know, I basically let Yahuwah lead it today. You know, we had one plan that we were trying to work out. It didn't work out. So we came up with another one and, you know, it all worked out for him. All praise to the Most High. And I think it was a pretty important topic as well, because that question's been coming up lately for me is, you know, oh, well, Saturday's always been the seventh day. You know, actually someone private messaged me today about it. Because, of course, you know, my post today, I put Shabbat Shalom. There's many people don't understand, you know, Saturday is not always going to be the true Sabbath. And of course, that's where the naysayers come in and things like that. But, you know, we got to treat them with love too. And I just explained to them, I was like, hey, you know, check out this information. There's a lot of history and historical evidence to back up what we're saying here. And I told them Shabbat Shalom, check it out. So, you know, maybe some seeds will be planted there. Maybe he'll see what's going on and realize, you know, the same thing we've all learned here.
Jeremy, do you have that, your study today, do you have that on a PDF somewhere?
I do. Here, let me get the link there.
Yeah, I'd like that to send to my brother-in-law too.
Let me grab it here. And I'll click the link so it'll take you directly to the chapter here. Give me 1 second. So yeah, here, I'll share it in the chat right now. And when you click on it, it should take you directly to chapter 14 there. And that's the study we did today. Yeah, so I have to update the calendar section in that article because it's still in the old understanding we had, so I had to update it to our new understanding that we have with all the information about the North and things like that. So I'll have to put like a under construction warning there or something. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's very important to teach our children to learn to trust Yahuwah and to go to him in, you know, tough times and situations and struggles that we're going through as well. And yeah, you know, all the sources will be cited at the bottom as well of that whole page. And I tried to break it up into the different chapters where they're all cited. And if they're not cited at the bottom, it's because they're already cited where it's written at as well. Or I just could not find a link online to be able to cite like the exact website.
Can I just ask Marissa if you're still listening? So
Yep.
when you went through and took all the going back to the equinox and looking at stellarium and taking screenshots of where the sun was. So you did that all for where Australia saw it, yeah? What, the ones that you sent
Yeah.
through to me?
Yeah.
And so then, did you also then, well, I'm assuming you would have, but so when you did it for your location, was it the day before that?
So yeah, for my location, I'm a Gregorian date behind you. Like it's the 23rd now, but it's the 24th there. So that's exactly how it happened when I looked at the equinox data for both of our dates. Like, say, for example, I saw the equinox today. You would also see it today, but my Gregorian date says the 23rd, but yours says the 24th.
Yeah, right. So yours is always before ours.
Yeah.
Okay. Just, I'm assuming you would have checked, but I'm like that's a nail in the coffin, really, isn't it? Like you can't deny it. If you're saying it's seeing it a day prior to us, then how can
Yeah.
they say that we're seeing it before them? Because even if stellarium, which is set up by man anyway, but even if they're saying that you guys are before us, then it's like, hello. Yeah, thank you. I just really wanted to nut that one
Yeah.
down.
And I looked it up for your location specifically in
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And yeah, while you're here, Sister Germaine, did you want to do your psalm reading? Or
Yeah,
Proverbs?
now we're in Psalms.
Okay, yes.
So we're up to chapter 6. I'm doing a couple. When it's little ones, I'm just going to do 2 because there are quite a few Psalms and we'll be here for many, many, many weeks. So yeah, so 6 and 7 from the Lexham English Septuagint. For the end among hymns, upon the 8th, a Psalm of David. O Yahuwah, do not reprove me with your anger, nor correct me with your wrath. Have mercy on me, O Yahuwah, because I am weak. Heal me, because my bones were troubled. My soul was troubled very much. But you, O Yahuwah, for how long? Turn, O Yahuwah, rescue my soul. Save me on account of your mercy, because there is no one who remembers you in death. And in Hades, who will confess you? I grew weary with my groaning. I will wash my bed each night. With my tears I will drench my bedspread. My eye was troubled from anger. I became worn out among all my enemies. Keep away from me, all who work lawlessness, because Yahuwah heard the sound of my weeping. Yahuwah heard my supplication. Yahuwah accepted my prayer. May all my enemies be put to shame and very much troubled. May they return and quickly be ashamed. So that was 6. I'm so good. I'm so glad that we have Yahuwah on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly.
Yeah. Okay. Psalm 7. A psalm of David, which he sang to Yahuwah concerning the words of Hushai, a Benjamite. O Yahuwah my Elohim, in you I placed my hope. Save me from all those pursuing me and rescue me, lest he snatch my soul as a lion, while there is no one to redeem nor to save. O Yahuwah my Elohim, if I did this, if there is injustice in my hands, if I returned evil to those repaying good to me, may I then perish empty from my enemies. Therefore let the enemy pursue my soul, and let him seize it, and let him trample my life to the earth, and let him cause my glory, to dwell in the dust. Rise up, O Yahuwah, in your wrath. Be lifted high among the boundaries of my enemies. Awake, O Yahuwah, my Elohim, with the command that you ordered, and the gathering of the people will surround you and return for this into the heights. Yahuwah will judge the peoples. Judge me, O Yahuwah, according to my righteousness and according to my innocence in me. Let the wickedness of the sinners indeed be ended, and make straight the righteous one by examining hearts and minds, O Yahuwah. My help is righteous from God, Yahuwah, who saves those who are right in their heart. Yahuwah is a righteous judge and strong and long-suffering, not bringing wrath each and every day. If you do not repent, he will polish and make ready his large sword. He stretched out his bow and prepared it, and with it he prepared an implement of death. He completed his arrows against those burning ones. Look, he labored and produced lawlessness. He conceived toil and fathered injustice. He dug a pit and he dug it up, and he will fall into the hole that he made. His labor will return unto his head, and his injustice will come down on the top of his head. I will give thanks to Yahuwah according to his righteousness, and I will sing to the name of Yahuwah, the Most High.
Praise Yah. Thank you.
Mm.
I love it.
I just, when I read 7, verse 8, and it says, and the gathering of the people will surround you and return for this into the heights, and Yahuwah will judge the peoples. Making me think of the high mountains in the center, in the north. Just a thought. Might not be anything.
Yeah, no, interesting.
I don't know what everyone else says.
I don't have mine up to cross-check it at the moment. But no, see, that's the thing. You know, every time something happens, we get more confirmations like that, and then we see, bam, look, more things about the north, the mountain in the north. All praise to the Most High. That's awesome.
Well, actually, going back to 7. Rise up, O Yahuwah, in your wrath. Be lifted high among the boundaries of my enemies. Awake, O Yahuwah, my Elohim, with the command that you ordered, and gathering of the people will surround you and return for this into the heights. Yahuwah will judge the peoples. It's like Judgment Day, going to the high, being returned, and I don't know how it's all going to pan out or what anyone thinks, but that little section there is like, oh, interesting.
Yeah. I love it. All praise to the Most High Yahuwah. Oh, now we got Facebook friends coming back, sending invites. And yeah, Talitha, welcome back, sister. Good to have you back. I don't know if you're listening in the chat, but yeah, good to have you back. It's truly amazing. So many returning, so many joining up. All you who is truth, praise Yah. Your dogs think you're nuts. That's funny. And much love to every single one of you. Actually, I love every single one of you. Truly a blessing to be able to fellowship together from all across the earth,
So what scripture was read before Psalm 7, please?
What's that again?
What scripture was being read before Psalm 7?
6. Yeah, it was Psalm 6 and 7. Yeah, no, faith, Facebook is like the Wild West, 100%. That I mention it quite a bit because it gives the whole Torah community like a bad impression. Newcomers that come in, see all this infighting and arguing, and who's right, who's wrong, or people rebuking others because they don't want to follow or agree with exactly how they think, and that's not how it should be at all. Yeah, keyboard warriors, exactly, Kim. Yeah, it's I try to avoid it. I do share posts and things on there, but a lot of times I don't even really check into the responses and things like that. Or if I do, if it's a mocker or scoffer or whatever, I just try to ignore it because just engaging them, it'll just it's lighting that fire, and I'm not about lighting fires. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. That's between you and Yahuah. So, but we have reached so many new people as well, who do see these things, and the ones that don't comment and things like that, and they're the readers and read through the comments and things like that. Those are the ones who really test everything out, and then they see. And I know we have many in our group who have done that exact thing. All praise to the Most High. Yeah, yeah. And it's not good to argue. It it only brings separation, division, and things like that, and it really puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth. Especially the newcomers, the ones just coming into all this. They see that and then they're like, "Oh, what have I just gotten into?" And, it turns them away. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly.
I wonder if this is going to be classified as a social media.
Like Telegram here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's a good question, actually. I'd have to go look into that. I think it's under like a messenger service. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Next month, I think it's the 10th of December, Australians have to prove they're over 16, but they're literally just marketing it or advertising it that 16-year-olds have to prove their age. But I'm pretty sure like even Australians have to like prove that they're over 16, or I'm not sure how they're gonna prove, like 16's 16 or under or whatever it is for social media, because they're all getting like kicked off social media. But I'm pretty sure it's just for the adults. Like it's like a Trojan horse, like you got to prove your age thing, and like the way to do that will be digital ID.
I was just thinking that too. I was like, yeah, the digital ID thing, it will be all connected with that. And then you won't be
And
able
like,
to. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, and I've been looking into like why they disarmed Australia, and I've found out some pretty hectic stuff, man. Like the government is a crazy, crazy thing, man. Oh. Yeah, like 9/11 type stuff for disarming Australia,
Yeah, no, I heard about all that, and that's why they did disarm most of the countries like that. I think even the UK too, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there, Brother Ken, if you're still here. But yeah, I think the US is one of the few remaining countries, here we have,
Yeah, that's why they did Las Vegas.
yeah, and they're trying to take that away and say, oh, well, guns are dangerous and, this, that, and another thing. But when they do that, it's just taking the guns away from the people who will actually protect, and it's giving it to the
Yeah,
yeah, like the criminals, things
exactly.
like that. Because I've seen many times, where not personally face to face, but on videos, things like that, a convenience store, like someone comes in to rob it, but because somebody there who has some kind of firearm, they were able to stop that robbery altogether. Or the person who's going to do the robbing or stealing, they see that oh, look, 3 people in the line have a firearm, so I better not mess around here.
Yeah, that's what I liked about America when I went. Came back to Australia and I just felt like it was a big open air prison like Gaza or something. Just disarmed and ready to be blown to bits.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all part of the plan, really. That's their whole plan, and then they divide and conquer. If you want to be part of
Yeah,
society now, you're gonna have to have the digital currency, digital ID, these clot shots and some credit scores, all that is literally the beast system.
it's getting more clearer to like, or like you really have to pick a side now.
Yeah, no fence riding. Exactly. Yeah, no, that too, Sumi. They're going to disable our navigation, the maps, and things like that. So, it's good to have everything on paper or a physical copy of, or even just a compass, survival things to survive off grid, things like that. Very helpful and will definitely come in handy for when those times come. Yeah, camp out near Mount Zion. That'd be awesome.
That's why it's so amazing that we Sukkot every year, because we're basically, every one of us basically is prepared to live for a couple months if we had to with just our camping supplies we have now. But yeah, I think everybody should have at least one place to, I have a bunch of places. Like there's people, I've been to so many assemblies and been invited by so many people. So like, don't worry about us, but I think everybody should be thinking about where would you go? Where would you go? Like, do you have a friend that you could go to that has land that, I think that people just need to get together and talk about those things, because it comforts me to know that I have several places that I know that my whole family would be welcome at. So it's just, it's scary. It's not scary for me, but it'd be scary if you had nowhere to go.
Yeah, no, and that's true too. Sukkot and all that, it's there to prepare us to be able to live, in the wilderness like that if it comes down to it. And yeah, some of us, we have land and we have, storage and, quote unquote preppers like that. But Noah was a prepper as well. And I think the ones who have these things, they're put there by Yahuah in case something does go down, and it'll be like a safe place to go, and we can learn the truth and things like that, even in these times to soon come. Yeah, yeah. And I think that's also important why, getting some community land here for, our fellowship would be good as well. And we can all just meet there. Yeah, that's true, Bobby. If it gets that bad, they'll just kick you off your land anyway. So,
Yeah, you need an allodial title. That would be cool.
yeah, yeah. And no, we do.
Yeah, I only found out the other day the Crown owns or claims to own basically.
Yeah, exactly. Even here in the U.S., when you quote unquote buy land, you're really leasing it because then you got to pay the taxes and the mortgages and all that.
Yeah, it, like it to whatever ruling government, really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that exactly. It's just a fake.
That's
Oh, go ahead.
like many oh sorry. Yeah, like there's scripture that, say or it gets used to basically just be fully submissive to the government, basically. And not knowing your true identity and that you're actually serving man over Yahuah by like certain laws and making them assume a false identity,
Yeah, actually, someone had brought that up earlier, and it's in like 1 Timothy, I think, but it talks about, a lot of people will use that to say, look, we have to submit to the governments, and that's not what it's saying there. It's saying, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The only one we submit to is you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
we kind
Like,
of went into that
yeah,
with the contracts too, the signing contract
exactly.
for this, that, and literally everything. So,
Yeah. Yeah, it's like yeah, Balaam and how he couldn't curse Israel. It's like the same sort of sorcery, but legal sorcery.
yeah, exactly.
Getting them to come into Egypt 2.0 through legalese, contracting, and fake identity that isn't really them. And now it's getting turned all digital and yeah.
When we looked into the scripture, when we looked into the scripture regarding, coming under the authority of, the governing, I don't remember the exact scripture, but in context, we've read it as under the authority of the priesthood, not man's governing authority. So it's been a while since we looked at, probably over a year ago, but
yeah, that would suit me fine.
Oh, interesting.
Because well, that would be the righteous way of having a righteous government anyway, and a righteous law.
Yeah.
With the Torah.
Yeah. Yeah, just read the whole chapter. It's pretty cool.
Which chapter?
Oh, I can't remember which one it is. I think Jeremy said, was it Timothy, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think it's 1 Timothy. Man, I'd have to go look up exactly where, but I'm pretty sure it's 1 Timothy.
Right. Well, I think he brings in the priesthood, because they've got like that a bit of authority over the people. They're the ones that know the calendar. They're the ones that know the laws. They're the ones that can tell you whether you're clean or unclean by looking at what sore you've got on your leg, or we have to submit to that authority, who is also below Yahuah, of course. So obviously the Yahuah is the highest rank, but the priesthood are who we as man would submit to in the town. Do you know what I mean? Just like with Moshe, you know, he had all these different men that had to have, you know, governing over hundreds and tens and thousands. They had to have. Yeah, I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It's that
Yeah,
Yahuah established, you know, just like in the heaven.
yeah. For me, I like have a law binder, so like I drive around like and like I can give like a police officer a conditional acceptance like document, and basically they then have to prove their authority over me, and like which they actually can't do. And like if the Zadokite priesthood got my conditional acceptance letter, they would actually be able to do that, which is the difference.
Yeah, no, interesting, because
If that makes sense.
yeah, no, it's similar to what's going on here too, you know, unless they have some kind of contract or you sign something, you know, they don't have any kind of authority over you, even though they try to assert
Exactly, yeah.
they do, but they really don't.
And yeah,
It's they call them
they
sovereign.
coerce you into assuming
Yeah,
the fake identity, and then that's when the identity becomes real because you've accepted it.
Yep, exactly. And
Just through fear, basically,
that's what it is,
and
fear-based.
intimidation and whatever, and lack of knowledge.
Exactly, that fear-based control.
Have you actually used it?
I haven't had to. I've got like heaps of Australian videos in law of it being used though, and judges walking out in law.
I've seen a couple here in the U.S. When a man went to
Yeah,
the courtroom and he refused to answer, and they're then saying that you're not over me and you work for me and we're not, and then they all left. But I've not
Yeah.
yeah, because they're
personally
not
done anyone.
actually upholding justice. They walk out. Yeah,
They try to fear you into giving them authority or thinking that they have authority over you, and they really don't.
yeah, just intimidation, really.
Yeah, exactly. And yet, that right there, Brother Micah, you know, they can only curse with other corporations. Your straw man is not you. That's exactly it. And that's what they do. They build a straw man you, and then they try to use that to assert authority over you when that's not really you.
And they built it in the year 1666.
Right? No coincidence there, huh?
It's crazy. Pretty symbolic year for sure.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing about all that is in our different countries, we have these similar laws like that. And it all goes back to, you know, all our countries. It's just a Roman-based law, just worded differently or titled differently. Same thing, just different names, you know.
Exactly, yeah. It's literally like I see it as going back to Egypt basically, you know, but it's like just all in different language.
Exactly. And yeah, the serpent language, that's what it is. And yeah, Bobby, I agree as well. You know, you have to be very careful when you do that. Know absolutely what you're doing, because one wrong word and it can all turn against you.
Yeah.
Because of that legalese that they speak.
Yeah, you really need to know, like, just be confident and be confident that you know enough. Like it says anyway, like Yahuah, you know, like not to fear, because basically, not fear what to say or
Yeah, he will give us the words we need to speak.
or these, yeah, like whenever we're pulled over, that trial starts then, you know, it's not when you're at court. Like that's why they read you your rights then and there, you know, or like, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. We have to sometimes be ready and willing to go through their trial.